No, they can see it.
Okay, okay. Then I'm sorted. Because I was a bit concerned about that the participants might wish to see the questions, because then they will only hear the panelist responding, not having heard any question raised or something like that.
Very well. So yeah, that's correct, Makondi. I'm just trying to sort out Dogosibeko. I'm sorry. I look distracted.
Okay, let me just quickly find out from Prince if he can get the community members ready.
Okay, I'm going to start playing the countdown video now. So just the last thing, just make sure everybody stay muted throughout. And then the second thing is just make sure you are all, plugged in, and that your settings of the video and so on is correct. And anybody presenting is the first presenter in the room.
Me. Yes, absolutely.
Okay, fantastic. Your PowerPoint is all ready to share, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Right. Okay, I'm going to put off and start the webinar. Morning, everyone. Welcome to today's World Species Congress. Before I hand over to our host, Mukondi, just a few general remarks. Please contact us by chat if there's any problem that you experience. Also, put your questions in the Q&A box throughout the event. There will be a dedicated Q&A section, and say hello in the chat. The chat can be used for informal chat during the event. So please use the Q&A for the questions for our speakers. And then with that, over to you, Mukondi.
Thank you and good morning. It's a great pleasure for me to be here this morning, being part of this very important event under the banner of the World Species Congress. And I just want to make sure that we are all in the right meeting, the South African Species Congress event, which is a first of its kind, and it gives us an opportunity as South Africa to shape and amplify our collective conservation efforts in a true South African spirit, the spirit of Ubuntu that recognizes the importance of collaboration, partnership, and inclusiveness. And this event is coming at an opportune time when Cabinet has just adopted our white paper on conservation and sustainable use of South Africa's biodiversity, which sets the tone on how, as a country, we are reimagining our conservation agenda and also providing a mechanism for implementing the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, which the following speaker is going to articulate more on that. And we are fully committed as a department and also as a country. We are behind the implementation of that framework with the IDB International Day for Biological Diversity theme request, moving us towards in being part of the plan and also making a commitment to implement this framework. And this framework seamlessly aligns with the white paper and subsequent vision for 2050 following a whole of society approach. And it is my belief that in order to achieve the objectives of this event, we also need to extend the table to make space for and allow for a nexus collaboration of government agencies on species impact partners, and also communities, which in most cases we tend to forget about their role and responsibilities and also their contribution as they live with or around the species that we intend to conserve and recover. So we are very excited today to be hosting all of you. And we hope that collectively we are going to share stories, have fruitful discussion and inspiring ones on conservation efforts embedded within the 4 goals of the white paper, which critically recognize the importance of sustainable use, access, and benefit sharing, as well as transformation. And having said that, those goals requires us to think out of the box as we are reimagining conservation in South Africa. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome all of you. My name is Mukondi Masiti from the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment, and I will be facilitating this morning session. Dimacheloni, Abusheni, Dumelang, Khuyemore, Sanibonani, and Thokozani Bogogo Nabomkulu, all protocol observe. And kindly note that we will be very strict on time, and as all the speakers will be coming in to present, I would have switched off my video. So if you see my video coming in, it means that you are going over the allocated time. So I will request that you stick to your time so that I don't have to show my face as many times. And if you still continuing and you are way out of your time, then I would have to interrupt you so that we can allow other speakers to have ample time to also share their work as well. So with that, a very good morning and you are all welcome. I would like to hand over to Ms. Domitilda so that she can take us through the global the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework and how it aligns to this event, especially on Target 4. Over to you, Tila.
Thank you.
Tila, I think you are sharing the wrong screen. Thank you.
Is it working?
That's
Apologies
perfect.
for
Thank
that.
you.
Sorry. Good morning, everybody. Oh, I haven't put my video. Wait a moment. Okay, you can see me. Good morning, everybody. And it's a huge pleasure to be speaking this morning. And on this the first ever Species Congress for South Africa, linked to the Global Species Congress. And as you've just heard from Makondi, I'm going to be explaining to you a little about the context of saving species in South Africa, and in particular around our commitment that we've made to the Global Biodiversity Framework. And for those of you who are not aware, I work for the South African National Biodiversity Institute, but I'm also acknowledging the key partners that have made today possible. You can see at the bottom, the Botanical Society, Two Oceans Foundation, Endangered Wildlife Trust, the Department of Fisheries, Forestry and the Environment, and BirdLife South Africa. Okay. So let's start from the focus of the Global Biodiversity Framework. So the Global Biodiversity Framework was signed in December of 2022, and it has 22 targets. But today we're going to focus on the target which is around saving species, which is target 4. It's written here on the screen. You can see it's a very long target, but I am going to just highlight the critical areas. And that is, this target asks us to ensure that we conserve and undertake the urgent management actions to halt human-induced extinctions. So which species are going extinct really fast and what needs to be done to save those? It also calls on us to focus particularly on threatened species. It calls on us to make sure we conserve the genetic diversity and to use all methods in situ and ex situ conservation to make sure that happens. This target also has a human-wildlife conflict component shown in green at the bottom. Today's meeting won't focus on that. We're going to be focusing on the halting extinctions component of this target. So just as a start, I want to talk about how we do species conservation in South Africa. And I want to emphasize what Makondi, my colleague, just mentioned from the department, is that we really do take a whole of society approach. I think South Africa is unique in the number of citizens that help us to monitor our species. We have incredible citizen science programs, and now mainly through the platform iNaturalist. But we've had 20 years of work monitoring plants through the CREW program. We have butterfly experts. We have incredible bird monitoring. And all of this helps us to know what's going on with species. We also, our community members are also incredibly active, and we're going to hear from them just after our first 2 talks. And we have traditional healers across South Africa monitoring the plants that they use, identifying which ones are becoming scarce. And SANBI, our institute, is working very closely with them to prioritize those medicinal plants that are becoming scarce and to undertake conservation actions with the healers to conserve them. There's also a lot of work at the moment around the wildlife economy, a big focus on ensuring that species benefit people, but people also look after species. And a lovely recent example is the development of an elephant heritage strategy that has had very wide consultation, shown in the map, very wide consultation with a very broad group of community members right across South Africa, deciding on what our goals are for elephants and for South Africa. So this is just to say that we really do things together. and we will continue to work like that. The other thing I really want to emphasize, because today you're going to hear a lot of examples of each single species conservation, but I want to emphasize that in South Africa, we really take a landscape approach to conserving species. We have intricate spatial biodiversity planning showed in that map on the left-hand side. And into that spatial planning, we set targets for every type of ecosystem, which allows us to conserve our common species. And then all our restricted range and threatened species, we do special maps, as you can see for the sun gazer lizard there, that map. We do special maps of where they are, and we prioritize making sure that we conserve a proportion of their populations enough. And so that we mainly do through protected area expansion and through stopping development for those species. But I just want you all to remember that thousands of species information goes into the way we plan and use our land and seascape. In particular, we have a target set by Parliament to increase the species protection level by 5%. We're working very hard on this. And we've identified those maps that you see at the top where all our underprotected species are. And SANParks in the provinces are doing their best to expand protected areas to those places. We're also working very hard to ensure that environmental authorizations take into account species. We have actually mapped all our threatened species and our restricted range species. I need to emphasize that it's only been done for terrestrial and freshwater species, not yet for marine. But these maps are available for every development application that happens. You have to go onto the department screening tool, put your footprint of development there, and it interacts with these maps of sensitivity. So these are all ways that we stop losing species and we ensure that they are protected. But today I'm actually going to focus in quite closely on what do we do with those species where these landscape initiatives are not enough. Where stopping habitat loss, stopping and protecting areas is not enough. They are too threatened to be conserved by these landscape level initiatives. We have wonderful guidance that has recently been developed by the Global Species Action Plan from the IUCN. It's laid out here and for what we have to do for target 4. And we'll be focusing today on these different areas. So it calls for us to assess the species that are and know how threatened they are, and then identify which ones need targeted action. So we have done red list assessments. We've done a lot of red list assessments for 12 taxonomic groups in South Africa. And you see those diagrams, we call them bicycle diagrams on the left-hand side. They show what proportion of the species are threatened with extinction. The bigger circle shows all the species in that group. So you can see 125 species for frogs, for example. And the smaller circle shows how many endemics. And then the colors show how threatened they are. So if it's red, it's critically endangered, orange, endangered, yellow, vulnerable, and then brown is, if we don't know enough about it, they're data deficient. And green is we're not worried about them. So when you look at these, you can see the proportion of the group that is threatened. And what should jump out at you is that for our freshwater fish, we have the highest level of threat. And you will see that now when I show you which species need recovery. But because we've done these detailed red list assessments, we are able to identify exactly which species need what and which ones are in serious trouble. And so over the last 3 weeks, I've asked all our species experts, many of you are on the call today, to spend the effort of looking at which species need recovery, exactly what they need. Do they need site management, invasive clearing? Do they need ex situ conservation and reintroductions? Exactly how much that's going to cost? Do they need urgent protection? And you've come up with these detailed spreadsheets that allow us to do the costings that I'm going to show you now. So I really just want to acknowledge the amazing work done by our species experts. But it's because of our red lists that we can do this. So let's start with the most threatened group, our freshwater fish. We have 35 freshwater fish that are in urgent need of recovery action. You see 6 of those on the screen now. That is a very scary 30% of all the freshwater fish we have in South Africa. And so far, only 11 out of the 30 have got conservation interventions underway. So there's a lot of work that still needs to be done for freshwater fish. And we've quantified how much has been spent over the last 5 years and how much needs to be spent. And you can see we need a 9-fold increase in the amount of resources being spent on freshwater fish conservation if we're going to manage to achieve this. But I do want to say that South Africa is incredible in our capacity to do this work. There's really excellent examples of how you can save these fish, what is needed, and all the stakeholders you see at the bottom have been involved. Some of those are funders, some of them are partners, but incredible work happening to save fish. So we know how to do it. We just literally need the resources. For amphibians, there's 11 that need urgent recovery. You see some of the most threatened here on the screen. A lot of critically endangered species. They're highly impacted by invasive alien plant species, and many of them restricted only to 1 or 2 sites. The desert rain frog is collapsing at the moment because of climate change and mining. So all of these need interventions. So far, out of the 11 species that need work, 6 have work happening on them, but we really do still need an increase for frogs. Also, a 4-fold scaling up of resources are required. And there you can see the main partners who are working to save frogs, incredible work that is underway. You will hear from the different taxonomic groups later, so I'll leave them to give you the lovely details. For mammals, I just want to note that if the threat status is, if you see the full circle, that's a global status. If you see half a circle, that's a national status. So you can see the status of our species. These are the priority mammals that need recovery. They're 14, and they are mostly wildlife species, the ones you see. But we also have 50% that are small mammals that urgently need help. These golden moles in particular have not yet had a lot of conservation attention, so there's work needed. We haven't managed to do a proper costing analysis yet on mammals. It's incredibly difficult because there's so many partners. For example, the provinces and sandparks do a huge amount. So we weren't able to do a quantification, but I just put some figures up there for black rhino, wild dog, and riverine rabbit, so you can see pretty high numbers needed for mammal conservation. For birds, there's 16 that require conservation, urgent conservation interventions. You see them on the screen here. Botha's lark is crashing, so is blue swallow and others. Our vultures are in big trouble. A lot of work happening on them, but still they are in very serious trouble. And then our marine species, half of the birds that need urgent interventions are marine species. The African penguin, I think you're probably all aware, is really declining extremely fast, and there's a lot needed to ensure we conserve the fishing grounds required for it. Similarly, the bank cormorant, Cape gannet are struggling because of food resources. And then the ones at the bottom there, the albatrosses and the petrels, are from Marion Island, with rapid declines happening because of invasive alien mice and also longline fishing. So we've quantified the cost of that, the cost of saving those marine birds on Marion Island and the mouse, the cost of getting the Marion Island mouse free, and the cost for all those birds. And you can see here, we need a 15-fold upscaling of the amount of money being spent on birds. So yeah, these are the figures that have been calculated by BirdLife and EWT. Then last but definitely not least are the plants. I haven't done all the taxonomic groups. These are the ones that we were able to do in this time frame, but the plants are quite important for us to note. We have 109 plant species in urgent need of recovery. These incredibly beautiful ones that you see on the screen have no conservation actions happening for them yet, or very little. They might have just started, but they need a huge amount of work. These are the ones that are underway, and there is some work going on. We have a big challenge with plants in that many of them are being illegally poached. And so while we can collect them for ex situ conservation, we can't yet put them back. But overall, we're only working on 15 out of the 109. So there's so much work to do on plants. We need a 40-fold upscaling. And then just to end off, I've quantified here, just to summarize the groups I've shown, what percent of the group is in urgent need of recovery and what percentage increase we would require in resources. I want to emphasize it's the first time we've ever identified the species that need urgent recovery. It's only been done for the 5 groups. The other 4 groups that I've shown, we need to do marine fish, we need to do some marine invertebrates, reptiles, we've started the analysis, but it's not yet costed, and we need to do some of our invertebrates. So we will augment these numbers, but I just want to show that we do know what it's going to take to achieve target 4, and it requires a significant upscaling of our investment. So let's think a little bit about that today. How can we actually upscale the resources available for species conservation? We have the know-how, we have the knowledge of what's needed, we have the people, we just need the financing. So thank you very much. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you so much, Tila. With that, colleagues, I allowed that scene setting to take place so that then I can contextualize the program. I'm sure you have all seen the program for today's session, especially the morning session, that we are going to then hear what the department has been up to in terms of the work that they've been doing towards species recovery and conservation, and also the role that our communities play in terms of ensuring species conservation, sustainable use, and recovery. And we are going to be having multiple presentations from the traditional leaders to our traditional health practitioners, as well as our people and parks representative. And we are also getting a demonstration in terms of one of the wildlife economy example within one of the economic nodes that we have. So with that, can I hand over to Ms. Teboho Mashua from the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment, and she will be taking us through the work that they are doing in terms of developing biodiversity management plans for various species. Some are species that are already covered in the previous presentation. Over to you, Teboho. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you so much, Mukondi. I hope I'm audible, and I just need to get... Okay, and my presentation is okay?
That's great.
Okay, I just need to figure out, okay. So now that it's moving, okay, so basically...
Teboho, it's showing the wrong screen now. Just go back. Yeah, that's correct. You can proceed now.
Okay. So basically, as Mukondi alluded, I will be speaking on the state of biodiversity management plans in South Africa. And this is the work that ever since I've joined the department, we have been working on, and hopefully today I'll share some light into some of the journey, basically. So in terms of my presentation, I will touch on the legislative context, as well as the state of the biodiversity management plans, as well as the lessons learned from the development of these plans, and as well as the implementation. So in terms of the legislative context, we are guided by the National Environmental Management Biodiversity Act, which is NEMBA, Section 43, which says that any person can develop a biodiversity management plan, or whether it's an organ of state, as long as they are desiring to contribute to the management of biodiversity in South Africa and the achievement of the objectives of the Biodiversity Act. And in terms of the BMPs, they can be developed for any indigenous species, it can be for migratory species, and it can be for one or more species, or it can be for one or more population, or it can be for a metapopulation. I think with as time went on, the initial plans concentrated mainly on single species plans, but as we've moved, I will show you that we already have multi-species plans that have been published for implementation. And to this effect, in 2009, the department also published norms and standards for the development of the BMPs. And this is mainly for uniformity of the management plans. And then in terms of the BMPs, basically they aim to provide for long-term survival of the species in the wild. So, and it also provides a platform for an implementing organization or a responsible entity as appointed by the minister to monitor and report on the progress annually regarding the implementation of the BMP. So as Tilla has mentioned, South Africa, we are a wide society, and the implementation of these plans it's all hands on deck, basically. So these are basically management tools and mainly for the sustainable use of the indigenous species. So in some of these plans, you will see that there's a lot of stakeholders that are involved that assist us. It's not a one-man show, so everybody is involved. And also in terms of the Act, it also provides for the review of these plans, which is section 43.3. And it says that the minister can review the plans at least every 5 years after assessing the compliance within the plan to which the objectives have been met. So in terms of the current biodiversity management plans, we have a total of 29, which are at different stages. We have 14 that have been published for implementation. We have 4 that are under review, and we have 11 that are at different developmental stages. So as I will dive later into, this is a very rigorous process and a very long process. So there are still 11 that potentially could get to the published for implementation stage. And of these 29, 6 are of plants and 8 is of mammals. Reptiles, we have 2. And fish, we have 3. Amphibians, we have 3. Birds, we have 6. Marine, we have 1. And this is now counting the total of the 29, whether they are still at the development stage or being implemented. So, but this is basically reflecting what is contained on our database. And of these, just to give you a snapshot, we have some of these plans date as old as 2011. These are the dates that they were published for implementation. So like, for instance, the Albany CICAD from the Eastern Cape, which was published in 2011. And the lead implementing organization is the Eastern Cape, as well as SANBI. We have the Black Rhino, which was first published in 2013, and currently it is under review. We have Pelargonium Sidoides, which was also published 2013 and currently is undergoing the review process. So if you note, some of these species they have the sustainable livelihood element, and therefore it involves even communities, as stakeholders, but it's everybody, all hands on deck, as I've said. The African penguin, which was published in 2013, and it is this one is being led by the Oceans and Coast branch of the department. We have the bearded vulture, which was also published 2014. We have the African lion, Panthera leo, which was published in 2015, and it's currently now being reviewed. We have the white rhino as well, which was also 2015. We have the Allophorox, which has a very strong community element, which was recently published for implementation in 2022. And we have the Cyclopia, which is the honey bush, the 2 species as well, which was recently published in 2022. And then we have the vulture BMP, which includes 7 species. And this was recently published in 2023. And then we have some species that are still under development, like for instance, the cheetah and the wild dog. We have the cranes that are still also, the work is still being put in to get those BMPs going. We have the 15 cycads, which has 11 critically endangered species and 4 endangered species, which was published in 2017. And this is being driven by the department as well as SANBI together with the other stakeholders. So in terms of these plans, the lessons that we have learned in terms of the development phase, the review phase, as well as the implementation, is that the process takes very long. From the development stage to right up to implementation, it takes long. And mainly it's because the process is also prescribed in the Act. So there's a lot of stakeholder consultation, and before the plan can actually go out for implementation, there needs to be publication for public participation apart from the consultation itself. And also you need a lot of stakeholder buy-in from different stakeholders. As we've been already saying, we have a species that are utilized by communities, we have species that are utilized by industry, and they also are involved in the export industry as well. So each species brings a different dynamics, and all those have to be considered when developing such plans. And the approval process also is long, and in working around it, basically now we had to get an approval from MINMEC to say that the BMPs do not have to go all the way to MINMEC for approval, but they can be approved at Working Group 1, which is an intergovernmental structure, a technical intergovernmental structure for basically, they can be taken there for approval, and then they can be approved just to shorten the process. And as well, the shortfall is that also that we needed a clearer and more streamlined minimum requirements for obtaining approval during the development and implementation processes of the BMP. As it needs to be, this basically needs to be brought to the norms and standards. As I've mentioned before, that in 2009 we published the norms and standards. So going forward, should we review the norms and standards, this is another issue that needs to be considered to rather streamline the process, the approval process. And the last one, not least, the minimum standards for the implementation of the BMP also needs to be elaborated upon to provide a clearer requirement for ensuring that effective implementation of each BMP. And I think maybe what we can appreciate here is, in terms of the stakeholder buy-in, there's no point in developing a plan when you don't have stakeholders to actually implement the BMP. So this is very critical, in terms of the consultation, to make sure that you have the stakeholder buy-in, you have the support, so that it actually ensures the effective implementation of those plans. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tebogo, for providing that comprehensive outline on the work that the department is doing in partnership with some of you who have been involved in multiple BMPs that are being developed, and even those that are being implemented. So with that, colleagues, can I check if you are posting your question and answer the questions online to the presenters for the first 2 presentations? Any questions? The floor is open. It has been indicated that you can post your questions in the Q&A at the bottom of your screen. Then it will be responded to. I see people are posting on the chat box. Can there be more than 1 BMP per species? I think that is the question for Tebogo, and there was also a request that the presentations be made available, which we will do. I don't see any questions posted on the Q&A open platform. So can I hand over to Tebogo to respond to the question in the chat box?
Thanks, Mukondi. If I understand the question correctly, can there be one BMP per species? Yes, definitely. In terms of the BMPs, the species that we have lumped together are the species that are facing the same threats. So in terms of the mitigation actions, then we are grouping those actions together. But in terms of, depending on the species and the threats, then you'll have a BMP, so yeah, as I can understand it.
I think the question was whether we can have more than one BMP per species.
No, we haven't had such. Unless, like I'm saying, unless there are different threats or how to do, but if it's one species, we are dealing with that. We're looking at the species as a whole in terms of the whole range or distribution of that species. So you basically be looking at all the threats in terms of that species as a whole, not just in terms of one area, but you're looking at the species as a whole. So each species would definitely have one BMP, but it can be maybe different localities or different actions for different areas, but it's going to be one BMP for that one species. I don't know if I make sense.
Yes, you are making sense, Tebogo. I see there is also a question on the Q&A platform. How do we plan on getting the resources needed to reach target 4, and what do we need to do? I think this is directed to Tila. Over to you, Tila.
Wish I could answer that. So I think it's all of our challenge. It's all of our challenge to work out how we raise the resources to achieve the conservation we need. But I think it is also very important that we are aware of what it actually is going to cost to achieve target 4. And we have been promised commensurate resources through the CBD, the parties to the CBD, and there are things like the Global Biodiversity Framework Fund to speed up resources coming to South Africa. So we might be able to get some of it for species, but there's a whole lot of priorities across the whole Global Biodiversity Framework. So we're not quite sure how much will come to species. But unless we've actually quantified and said what is needed, we can't really actually write proposals for that funding. So that's why I'm very excited for the work that the taxonomic groups have done to quantify it. We need to finish some of the numbers, like for mammals, for reptiles, for some of the marine species that are not yet on. Once we've got that all together, then we must look at strategizing to how we raise that money. I don't think we should forget the private sector. I don't think we look at that nearly enough. And if you look at what the IUCN Species Survival Commission is managing through this Reverse the Red movement, and this World Species Congress is part of the Reverse the Red movement, it is possible to get a lot of non-state actors supporting the work. So we've got to look and start investigating that. That's all I'll say for this stage, but we can come back to it later.
Thank you, Tila. Can I ask colleagues that you post your questions in the Q&A platform so that we don't miss your questions, but I will try by all means to look at the Q&A platform and also the chat box for questions. There is also a question on the government has limited funds. Are we looking into private-public partnerships? I think Tila touched on that. If you would like to emphasize on that response, Tila and Tebogo, you are welcome to. And to Tebogo, could a BMP be developed for a subpopulation, or will it need to be for the whole species? And also on the chat box, there is a question on what is the most effective way to ensure that role players contribute to the BMP targets. And also there's a question around infographics. Is the department creating some infographics, maybe a did you know type of a scenario around the info for distribution to the public through the various social media platforms? Can I hand over to Tebogo and Tila, and I will also add in the response. And I also want to check if there is also our colleagues from comms, from communication, who can also assist in responding to the questions around raising awareness in the Q&A platform. Over to you, Tila.
So in terms of public partnerships, they definitely exist. There's excellent work for the Black Rhino with companies helping forward pay for some of the management with the recent agreement that's come through in 2022. And I know that there's quite a lot of other examples. So I'm going to suggest to the speakers that come later, in particular EWT, BirdLife and others, if you've got some specific examples of private public partnerships, to mention those. And it's definitely also something that we can continue to explore. I think we need to think potentially about a clever campaign of adopt a species. You saw these beautiful images of these species in trouble that I was showing you earlier. So I think that it could be something that we could look at and develop further. But today is the first time we're looking at this in closely. It's the first time we've ever brought these species together. And so we would love ideas, put them in the chat, and we'd really love to hear from you. So I think there's still huge potential to expand public-private partnerships for species conservation. Thanks.
Thank you, Tila. Over to you, Tebogo, maybe just to add another question that has been posed on the Q&A platform regarding the availability or access to the information that you just presented on where can that list be found, because colleagues will also want to go through the
Okay, thanks, Mukondi. So in terms of the first question, if a BMP can be developed for a subpopulation, or would it need for the whole species? So far, we do not have a BMP that has been developed for subpopulations, but in terms of the Act, it does not restrict to say you cannot, because it says you can even do for meta-populations, you can do for migratory species or indigenous species. So I think here the issue is if there is the willingness to actually save the species to contribute to the achievement in terms of the Biodiversity Act, then it can be looked at. And then the next question is, when will we have a recent BMP for African penguin? So this BMP is led by the Oceans and Coast in the department. So I'm not sure in terms of when will the review process, or is it currently underway, or it's not happening, but we can find out and avail that information. And in terms of the list of the species with BMPs, we have, as a department, we have our own database. I'm not sure if we can share it with everyone, but all the BMPs have been, those that have been published for implementation have been gazetted, and they at some point were on our website. but I think we can just make sure that whether we can make all that information available to everyone. I think on that one we can get back to with a response. Thanks. I'm not sure if I've answered everyone's question.
Thank you. You are also welcome, Tebogo, to respond online on the Q&A platform. Can I ask colleagues that you can post as many questions as you can in the Q&A, and the responsible panelists will also respond to your question in that way. And we are also asking that you refrain from posting on the chat box, because we might miss your question, and also for record purpose, we'll also like to also compile the questions and answers that would have been provided throughout the meeting. So without wasting any more time, there was a request that we start with Gogo Sibeko for her presentation. So can I request that we swap the presentations, the list of panelists a little bit? We were supposed to start our next session on the contribution by community members. We're supposed to start with our traditional leaders, Prince Itumeleng Shole. So can I ask that we swap a little bit to allow Gogo Sibeko to come in first, as she's pressed for time. So over to you, Gogo Thokoza, and thank you very much for making time to be here with us today, and also to share the work that you are doing on species conservation and recovery of medicinal plant species. If you can switch on your video. Yes, we can see you. So over to you, Gogo.
Thokozani, bantu abadala, Thokozani, everybody. Greetings from me, Unomsa Sibeko, Gogo Nomsa Sibeko. I unfortunately am disorganizing your program because I'm running a workshop at the moment with other traditional healers. So this is the time that I have to speak. So I do apologize for any inconvenience caused. The reason why I think I was asked to speak on this is because as a traditional healer who's been around for quite a while, over 19 years, it has been very clear that we are losing some of our medicinal plants in the wild. We acknowledge the fact that in our case, there's over-harvesting that has been done. In our case, there is lack of caring, I guess, to a very large extent, on some of the animals and of the plants, I mean, and where they come from. And when I'm saying lack of caring, I mean not thinking about necessarily the next 10 years, but thinking about the moment. For as long as I heal my patient right now, that's what's important. But then I realized that that it's not sustainable. It's not something that we can do. So that is why I started my NPC, which is called Nature Speaks and Responds. And it's a company that is tackling conservation from a traditional healer's perspective, looking primarily at our interests as traditional healers, so that we can find mutis for our trainees and our future people in the next 30 to 40 years, 100 years for that matter. So it was very important for me to start this initiative. And the initiative includes, amongst a whole lot of other things, holding workshops with traditional healers in the various local municipalities to speak with them about the plants that are disappearing. It's not a secret that they're disappearing. I mean, something I used to find 19 years ago, like African ginger, I don't find as readily as I do, as I did then. And it's a concern for us. It's a concern because we are training healers on the daily basis. I mean, the number of healers in this country is growing exponentially, very, very quickly. And the fear is, will we find these mutis when we need them at the time that we need them? We acknowledge the fact that these were left for us by our ancestors. The mere fact that we could find them still means that they left them here for us. And we have a responsibility as healers to make sure that we leave these plants for the future generations, for our future healers, so that they can find them and still continue healing our communities. Because as you know, in South Africa, 70% of people use traditional healers at some point or another in their lives, if not all the time. They refer to us mostly before they do the Western medication. We heal a person from childhood all the way to their passing, for that matter. And because of that, we're an integral part of our society. And in being that integral part of the society, it's imperative for us that we preserve the mutis that we use, because nature is our office. Nature is what we use. We use plants to heal. We use animals to heal. We use rivers to heal. We use mountains. We use every single natural resource you can think of. So we are an integral part of the conservation of nature. We should be. And that's where Nature Speaks comes into play. And that's exactly what we are trying to do with these initiatives. I've been holding workshops in various places throughout the country, at the moment concentrating a lot on Gauteng because that's where I'm based. But this is going to be, it's envisaged for as a national campaign, with the funding, of course, being available, because at the moment we're doing it pretty much out of pocket, because we're very passionate about it. And the response I've been receiving from traditional healers has been overwhelming, in that they're very excited and happy to be included in such an initiative, and to be told and reminded how important nature is to them. We've started a medicinal garden at the moment at EWT. Thank you very much for that, in that they've agreed to give us a small piece of land where we can experiment with our medicinal garden. The aim is to take medicines from each local municipality and have traditional healers be the ones that are planting those plants, because South Africa is unique in that we've got species that are available throughout the country, everywhere. Like umhlonyane, it grows everywhere in the country, and we can all find it in our spaces. But then we've got these unique species that are only found only in certain areas, and it's imperative that this gets done in a way that each local municipality takes charge of the mutis that they find in their space. In other words, grow them, make sure that they prosper, make sure that teachings on proper propagation are done, make sure that sustainable harvesting is done. And the aim ultimately for Nature Speaks is to take the plants in those nurseries or in those places where we grow them back into the wild, because we'd like to rehabilitate the wild, because in our space or in our sphere, it's not just the plant that heals, it's everything around the plant that is necessary for complete healing. So we need anything that depends on that plant needs to be alive. It needs to be there. It needs to work and do what it needs to do. So it's important for us to start these medicines. And it's a way that we are acknowledging that things were done differently in the past with less care, but now we are going to do them with more understanding, care, diligence, and with an aim of repairing some of the damage that was done. We unfortunately also have a very bad reputation as traditional healers, that we decimate nature. The truth of the matter is, it's most of the time it's not us, because the types of mutis that we use are actually minimal in quantity. We unfortunately are painted with the same brush with the people that are harvesting for commercial reasons. We don't harvest for commercial reasons. We harvest for healing reasons. And because of that, since ancient times, we use the quantities that our ancients used to use. We do not necessarily take more than we're supposed to take. But unfortunately, because of that, this work needs to extend even to the commercial harvesters. They also need to be spoken to, made to understand the damage that's being caused. And that can be done by healers, because we're the people that actually go and buy from them at the end of the day. And the reason why we buy from them is that we can't find these medicines in the wild as we used to in the past. So it's imperative that conservationists actually work with us especially in the South African sphere, so that when they work with us, we can find a solution together, co-learn together, coexist together, assist each other with whatever it is that we're supposed to assist each other with. And you must also remember that for the mutis that we are using right now to still be found right now, our ancients used to preserve nature as well in their own way. But unfortunately, with the modern trainees, the education seems to be lost. And that's what Nature Speaks is saying. We are going to reiterate or re-emphasize the ancient teachings of how muti is harvested, on how we make sure that the sustainability in everything that we are doing. And we also would like to teach them on how to properly propagate so that we have some for the future as well, which is why attending trainings and working with SANBI on the MOU that they have with us at the moment, it's actually doing a world of good in that we're able to fix the wrongs or right the wrongs of whatever happened in the past. In light of all of that, Nature Speaks is very committed to sorting out the issues that we're supposed to sort out. I do apologize for my fidgetiness, but I need to move because, as I said, I was in a workshop and we're busy in that workshop at the moment. But in light of all of that, Nature Speaks is actually committed to making sure that traditional healers take responsibility. And in taking responsibility, the medicinal gardens that we've started or are starting or are in the process of putting together right now in every local municipality are going to be doing exactly that, because it's not just about harvesting for us, it's about replanting and restoration of nature from our side to make sure that we've got medicinal plants that are still available for future generations and for years and years to come, as we are the custodians of indigenous knowledge. And it's imperative for them to work with us in that light. And I do appreciate your time. And I apologize for any glitches that might have been there, but thank you very much for listening to me. Thank you, Togozan.
Thank you so much, Gogo Nomsa Sibeko, for making time to talk to us this morning on the importance of the role that traditional healers also play in the conservation of our species and also in the recovery progress. And we really appreciate also what your organization is working on and also reintroducing the ancient trainings in terms of how harvesting should be able to take place. Can I move on to the second speaker? So colleagues, you can keep on posting your questions on the Q&A platform. We'll then take a discussion at the end of the 4 presentations. I see already we have been indicated that our Prince Sholo has not yet joined the meeting, so we'll allow the People and Parks chairperson to also give us a perspective on the contributions of communities surrounding conservation areas, the role that they play in species conservation and recovery. Can I check if Mr. Jafta Rapadu is on the platform?
No, he's not, but the next scheduled speaker, Kishani Chiti, is in the room. So if you want to continue.
Apologies, who is in the room?
Kishalin Chiti, who is scheduled for 9:45.
Okay, so they are replacing.
So the next speaker is Mr. Japtu Rapadu from
Yes.
National People and Parks.
Yes, can I hand over to the chairperson of the National People and Parks? If you can switch on your video and just give a brief introduction of yourself and the organization that you are representing. I
Japta,
don't.
Japta is not in the room. Who are you looking for at the moment to speak? I'm
Okay,
sorry.
so I think at the moment, considering that our traditional leader and also the chairperson of People and Parks have not yet joined the meeting, we'll allow a presentation, a demonstration from Ms. Naledi Hlatswayo from SANParks on the South Africa's wildlife economy work that they are doing in the Ado Amatrole economic node, while we follow up on the other speakers. Thank you very much. Over to you, Naledi. I saw Naledi in the room. Naledi, can you please take the floor? Am I still audible?
Yes, you are. I am asking her to start her video and to unmute. If she can just accept that.
Good morning, Chair. I was scheduled to start 45 minutes later, so I'm just quickly setting up my video. 1 minute, please.
Thank you. Maybe while you are setting up your video, Naledi, you can be introducing yourself. I know women can multitask.
Good morning. Just an indication if you can see my presentation. I'm about to share my screen.
Please switch on your video, Naledi.
We see you, but we just don't see your presentation, Naledi.
Oh, okay.
I'll try to share.
Naledi, at the bottom of the screen, just go to that share screen button on Zoom.
Got that. I'm going to
Okay,
share
if
my
you click on
window.
it and on basic, just choose the PowerPoint thing.
Please advise if you can see my screen now.
It did start sharing screen, but then it disappeared. So just try again, please.
Okay.
It is still not sharing. So just click on share screen and then choose the, okay, it's starting to share screen.
Okay.
Right,
And
just put it on play. Perfect. Now, Lady, you can proceed. Well done.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Naledi Meno from the South African National Parks. I am responsible for a project under the GEF7 called the Biodiversity Economy and Illegal Wildlife Trade, specifically under its second pillar, which is catalyzing finance for biodiversity economy. Apologies for the disorientation. I am studying like 45 minutes earlier than anticipated, but I'll go straight into it. And I'll just start by giving some context, some background in terms of the biodiversity economy and the wildlife economy broadly. And then I'll zoom into this specific project that I'm responsible for, just as sort of bringing it home towards the end of my presentation. So just to set the scene, South Africa, as we all know, is extraordinary in terms of its biodiversity. We are one of 10 nations globally with plant species richness and one of 17 world's mega diverse countries, with the second highest plant endemism, and the third highest marine species endemism. And we are one of the mega diverse countries globally in terms of our richness and the species diversity that we have. But when you look at our current state of our country, in terms of its unemployment, poverty, and inequality, it's still at a dire state. And the question is, how do we, within the biodiversity space, the conservation space, how do we play a role basically in trying to deal with our country's challenges? We know that from our National Biodiversity Assessment, we have about 400,000 jobs that are created from biodiversity. Over 200 of those which are from the use of biodiversity. And if you look at this number, it's quite comparable to mining, which is also just over 400,000. So we know that biodiversity is able to play a significant role in terms of its contribution to unemployment and poverty alleviation. So the question now then is, how can we grow? How can we transform and sustainably utilize these natural resources so that we contribute more significantly and meaningfully to the country's developmental challenges? And as a result, the department has championed the wildlife and biodiversity economy. That's our National Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment. And in essence, a wildlife economy seeks to address South Africa's triple challenge with conservation areas as an anchor to rural economic development. So a wildlife-based economy seeks to address and create job creation, address poverty, climate, and enhance food security, develop alternative livelihoods, as well as grow communities' equity or stake in biodiversity-related businesses, and provide opportunities for small businesses as well. So just to give a bit of background and set the context, the National Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment developed a national biodiversity economy strategy in order to implement this. And this was followed by an implementation plan. This strategy was revised in 2024. And in summary, it's basically to grow, to transform, and to sustainably utilize our natural resources. And for the context of my presentation going forward, I will focus or zoom into the mega living conservation landscapes that are recognized by the revised strategy. It's in essence a recognition of what we call biodiversity economy nodes, which further expands to mega living conservation landscapes through voluntary involvement of suitable state, private, and community areas. Just to define this mega living conservation landscapes, these are mosaic of conservation and production systems under different management arrangements. And this will include terrestrial, estuarine, and coastal and marine elements. And just to also define what a biodiversity economy is, it's a geographical area that possesses exceptional biodiversity and natural assets, such as protected areas and game reserves, which are underdeveloped and have marginal community areas. In essence, a biodiversity economy node is an area within which biodiversity can be an anchor or a pillar or a driver for economic development. So, drawing from this revised strategy, what I picked up is that the mega living conservation landscapes is actually quite cross-cutting amongst the goals of the strategy. And mega living landscape, in essence, which speak to biodiversity economy nodes, basically are to focus our efforts, focus investments, focus our development in terms of communities and small businesses, and focus our efforts in terms of expansion of our conservation estate. And all of this will result to a bigger impact altogether. So our national department, again, is charged with creating an enabling environment for this biodiversity economy. And a couple of interventions that have been put into place. One is the Wildlife Economy Certification Scheme. This encourages sustainable land management practices within the wildlife sector, as well as increased wildlife-based land users' contribution to biodiversity conservation. Also, it supports favorable reputation locally and internationally. Apologies. It recognizes that biodiversity economy nodes and further expands the. Apologies. This is taken from my previous slide. So the second intervention the department has is the game meat strategy, which basically seeks to formalize, grow, and transform the game meat industry, and all of this to address food insecurity. The Biodiversity Sector Investment Portal is also another intervention, which basically seeks to link investors and investees. So how does the department implement this along with its partners and implementing agencies? Firstly, a support package has been put in place to support these small businesses. This support package includes infrastructural development, game donation through its partners and entities such as SANParks. It includes capacity building and skills development, technical and economic advice to small businesses, facilitation of access to land, as well as business support, such as feasibility studies and business plan development. Just to show a few pictures of some of these interventions, this includes the infrastructure development, the game donation, etc., that has been done by all different stakeholders from the department to its agencies and provinces. Interventions also include skills development programs, accredited and non-accredited trainings, as well as facilitating market access. Now to bring it down to SANParks, through our location of our parks in some of the most impoverished rural areas in South Africa, SANParks plays a catalytic role in changing the socio-economic landscape around national parks. And specifically, if I hone into the socioeconomic transformation of SANParks, it speaks to game donation, which contributes to the national strategy, as well as training and skills development that are being provided to communities. And through our corporate social investment, interventions are being put into place. Our park planning and development also seeks to ensure that there's integrated planning with all the work that we do. So in essence, in a nutshell, we are wanting to merge conservation and community development so that both feed into each other. Now to go into the GEF7 project. These are resources that have been made available to us as the DFF, through the DFFE, to basically implement one of the 3 biodiversity economy nodes. So the GEF7 project is actually divided into 2 pillars. The first focusing on illegal wildlife trade, and the second focusing on biodiversity economy nodes, 3 of which are being implemented across the country currently. The first being the Greater Kruger National Park, the second being the Isimangaliso node, and the third being the Greater Edo to Amatole Biodiversity Economy node. In essence, the theory of change for this project is that enhancing benefits to communities living in proximity with wildlife will provide communities with a stake in conservation and help address drivers of poaching and environmental degradation. Just to summarize, the activities for the project, which funds and resources have been made available for, firstly, is to facilitate the establishment of the node and to kickstart a multi-stakeholder coordination forum. What a multi-stakeholder coordination forum basically is, it's bringing different role players together cooperate towards this shared vision of establishing this economy that is anchored on biodiversity and conservation. It's built on a strategic partnership approach between government, communities, civil society, and private sector, and overall seeks to improve the well-being through inclusive conservation compatible rural economic development while protecting our natural capital. Then the project seeks to facilitate a master plan, which is basically putting everything on paper. Our current state, there's many different small-scale interventions, different sources and financing instruments, and fractured landscapes. And we are wanting through these interventions to move towards a more integrated landscape approach. That would mean an improved biodiversity and rural development through this integrated approach. And it would mean it would be implemented at a manageable scale, hence focusing on these nodal areas, as well as developing funding and coordination platform and anchor projects. So this is where we currently are and where we are wanting to move towards through these interventions. Lastly, we will be supporting anchor projects, SMMEs. There will be an SMME incubation program that will be starting in the next few months, as well as assisting communities in terms of training with governance and leadership within the node. Part and parcel of all that we do, it's to ensure that we increase our conservation estate. So there's a dedicated resources that have been set aside for biodiversity stewardship through these interventions and through this project. I will just close my presentation with a case study of one of these communities as a case study. 1 second just for me to blow my nose.
You have 2 minutes left to your presentation, Naledi. If you can quickly round off.
Well received. I'm doing my last slide. So if you look at one of the communities within this node that I'm referring to, it's the Braamfontein community. It has received a farm through government as part of the land restitution program. The community requested support from our provincial entity to establish a nature reserve. And the reserve will basically be one of the biodiversity stewardship sites in the province. Once declared, it will be contributing to our national protected area expansion. And it's situated within the Eastern Cape and within this Edo to Armatole biodiversity economy node. I won't go into details.
Makondi, I think she lost connection there.
Yes, we are losing you, Naledi.
I think she is out of her room. So
Yes. I think, colleagues, you got the gist of her demonstration.
Sorry, Chair, I think I was muted at some point.
Oh, yes. Can you quickly conclude, Naledi?
Okay, thank you, Chair. I was on my last slide. I was wrapping it up by showing one of the many communities that are found within this node that I'm referring to, which is the Braamfontein community. This community has received a farm from government through the land restitution program, as well as support from the department's infrastructure program to develop facilities, which includes chalet, laboratory, and Boma. The community will be a part of the biodiversity stewardship program as well. And in essence, one of the interventions that we will be doing for this community is to assist them to now establish a running company and an enterprise. So we will be assisting with community governance, leadership and capacity development and training, as well as business development training, which includes financial management training. Lastly, with market access and management plans through the Biodiversity Stewardship Support. Thank you, Chair.
Apologies, colleagues, my system just timed off without any warning. I trust that I'm still audible. Can you still hear me?
Yes, Makondi, all good.
Thank you so much, and apologies for that inconvenience. And thank you so much, Naledi, for your presentation. Colleagues, please continue to post your questions on the Q&A platform. And can I also request panelists to respond to questions that are being posted in that platform as soon as you can? Can I check if the chairperson of People and Parks has managed to join? I was alerted that he is joining. Is he now in the room?
I don't see him. Is that Prince?
No, Mr. Jaftara Padu. Because I was told that
not-
our
no,
Prince
yeah,
Shono
no.
is struggling with the network.
No, he's not in the room, Kondi.
Is the Prince in the room? They are struggling with network where they are.
No.
Okay. I think then we can focus on the Q&A answers on the short presentations that we got from our community-based programs in relation to their contribution to species conservation and recovery. Maybe in the meantime, while we are looking at the questions and answers, we will manage to get hold of our traditional leader representative and also the chairperson of the People and Parks, as they are struggling with the network where they are struggling to join. So can I go through the questions? Some I've attempted to respond to. So there is a question around a question for Gogo. Have you involved traditional healers in the monitoring of plant population? I know there is a program that SANBI has initiated working with our traditional health practitioners. So I will hand over to SANBI to respond to that. And also there is a question to Naledi regarding the community project in terms of what are the key challenges you are facing during the initiation of the project and how did you resolve those. So can I hand over to SANBI? I'm not sure if it's Tila, is it you or other colleagues that are running the project on the citizen scientist?
Thank you, Makondi. I think my one colleague is here, but she's not part of the panel, so she can maybe type a little bit into the chat. Nolwazi Mbongwa, who leads this work, she's our Indigenous Knowledge research lead. We have done quite a lot of work in the Ehlanzeni district of Mpumalanga, so just one part of South Africa so far, asking healers about the availability of plants. So while they're not going out and actually taking photographs on iNaturalist, and it would be impossible to get healers to do that because they would often like to keep the location of those plants confidential. They are very happy to share what is going on with the plants, the ones that they cannot find, the ones that they have to walk a lot longer to find. And so we have very specific questions that we ask, and we get very useful information that we can actually use to have a good and accurate idea of what's going on with the species. And we're also at the moment busy exchanging experiences with the work being done in Eswatini and with traditional healers. And they've developed a very useful methodology of asking healers just within their small chieftaincy, where the community is based, which plants are still there, which ones have become very scarce, and which ones used to be there and have recently become scarce, and which ones have been gone for a while. And that's proving to be a very useful way of doing it. So we're thinking about doing something similar in South Africa. So I'll stop there, and there you see a response from my colleague. You can see she said we have worked with more than 134 traditional healers in the Ekhlanzeni district. They've shared which plants are the priority and are decreasing, but they're also skeptical in sharing exact harvest localities. Thank you so much, Nolwazi.
Thank you for that response. Then there is a question on if there were nurseries or lotment gardens that grow and sell indigenous plants, would healers be willing or able to buy, harvest from those entities for training or healing purposes? So as much as I'm not a traditional healer myself, but I'll try to attempt basing the response on the plea that was requested at the biodiversity Indaba, National Biodiversity Indaba that we just hosted recently. So the plea from traditional healers was to make available of those nurseries that they can harvest from, and also for their training purposes in terms of which species are under threat and so on, which species requires permits for harvesting and so on. So I think that is something that collaboratively with SANBI, you can make available and also understand then the dynamics or the modalities within which they will be accessing those plants and in what form, one way or the other. So I hope that assists, but I will request that Kalita Van Zyl, you also touch base with SANBI. Nolwazi can also assist you to reach out to the traditional healers, practitioners, to understand more in terms of how you can assist and also collaborate with them. And Naledi, over to you. There are two questions there for Naledi in terms of the community challenges that you are facing in initiating those projects that you were presenting, and also a question from Muketwa: is there a community project around Limpopo, Bembe Biosphere Reserve, or any other biosphere reserve? Because I want coordinators on the ground to be part of these community projects on the ground. Over to you, Naledi.
Thank you, Chair. I was busy typing. I do have a clogged nose. That's why I was disorientated through my presentation. So with regards to the community projects, the first challenge that we faced was firstly finding communities, secondly communities which are formalized. I think the biggest challenge is not that there's no communities, but that the communities that are there are not formalized in a sense for us to be able to do whatever interventions that which we are wanting to do. And in order to address this, we had to really work collaboratively with our different partners. So that included our provincial entity, the NGOs within the landscape that have done work before us. So these are the partners that have been within the landscape, and they were able to link us with some of the communities, as well as the municipalities. I think played a critical role in this process. And with regards to the communities accessing support and being formalized, I think it's one of the interventions that which we are putting into place to be starting in the next few months is he's identified communities to assist them with governance and leadership capacity development. So resources and funds have been put and set aside to assist communities to be structured, and if it means also registering whether it's a trust or an entity of some sort, and providing the training in terms of what that means, how support can be leveraged or unlocked, especially those that which have land, which has a potential as well for them to participate in the biodiversity stewardship program. Then the next question with regards to communities in the Limpopo Vhembe Biosphere Reserve, my specific project focuses in the Eastern Cape, the Greater Edo to Amatole. But Moketho, I can put you in touch with our facilitator in the Greater Kruger, who might be able to assist with communities within the Vhembe Biosphere Reserve. However, the project specifically is focused on the Greater Kruger, more specifically to the north of Kruger. I hope I've answered your questions. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Naledi, for those responses. Can I check if Prince Sholo is in the room? Or
Yes,
the chairperson? Sorry?
Yes. Prince is in the room. I'm just asking him to unmute that we are sure he can speak.
Okay, thank you so much. And we will be getting a verbal or a presentation from our Prince Itumeleng Shole, coming from the Congress of Traditional Leaders of South Africa, as we take very importantly the role that traditional leaders also play in the conservation of our species through their traditional and cultural practices. So over to you, Prince Shole, and he also represents the youth in the room, which is very important. Thank you very much for making time to be here with us today.
I think he might be having difficulties to unmute. I'm asking if he can just respond on the prompt.
Okay.
I'm asking him to unmute or to start his video. I think he's having difficulties, Makondi.
Okay, maybe in the meantime, while he's trying to connect with the show of hands, can I see if there is someone who would like to pose a question or comment on the presentation that has been made so far?
It looks like he unmuted. If he can speak. Prince, if you can just speak, I just want to make sure you've got... Yeah, I'm afraid there's a technical problem.
Okay, maybe in the meantime, any questions from the floor? Okay, maybe in I don't see any hand. We were trying to open the floor for those that will want to comment so that we can allow you to speak. But then there is also a question on the Q&A platform. What then do we do about medicinal plant species that are not easily propagated or that take long to mature? What do we offer traditional healers as a solution to this? Can I ask the organizers maybe to allow Nolwazi to come in and respond on the work that they are doing. Nolwazi, do you want to come in on the question?
Is that Nolwazi Mbonga or Nkobo?
Yes, Nolwazi Mbonga.
Okay, she is allowed to talk, and Debbie Muir also are allowed to talk.
Yes. Over to you, Nolwazi. Then Debbie Muir, you will be next.
If Nolwazi can unmute, there you are.
Can you hear me, Speaker?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, thank you very much. So with response to the questions of the plants that are not easily propagated, there has been a request by the traditional healers that maybe we can start programs in which they can have access to be able to harvest sustainably from the reserves or from the national parks. But obviously there's a lot of red tape and a lot of laws against that. Because as Gogo Sibego mentioned, that mostly traditional healers do not harvest in large quantities. And so even if they were given that excess maybe once or twice a year, the species would be able to recover. But that was a suggestion from the traditional healer. But from our side, it has been quite difficult to implement that, considering the laws and also considering that we cannot, we need to tread carefully in stimulating demand. So those processes are still in talks, and we are still, channeling conversations with various national parks and various reserves that are adjacent to communities where these plants are quite essential. And in response to the issue of nurseries, as much as nurseries are quite beneficial and you'd be able to grow a large number of plants, there's been a lot of research, and I'd reference Dr. Jenny Botha's PhD, where she extensively spoke about the limitations of nurseries. And because of that, SANBI is taking a different approach in that we give each individual healer and they start cultivating in their homesteads. And from there, some of the healers that we have worked with have also started what Gogo Sibego also mentioned, taking those particular plants and then replanting them in the wild where they used to exist before they were locally extinct. So there's quite a number of activities going on. And as Tila mentioned, that we've also started a program where we have workshops with traditional healers, and they can share how they also propagate, because it is quite important for us to understand that all the methods that we are coming with as scientists or as conservationists already existed in communities. So we need to not only impose what we know, but also try to accommodate and acknowledge what already existed. And so some of the programs that we have, it's where the traditional healers are also teaching us of their traditional methods that they are using to propagate. So there's various projects that are currently underway from SANBI's side, including the citizen science work that Gogo Sibego and BPI department at SANBI is also undertaking. Not to waste any more time, I think I'll stop there, and if there are any questions for me, I'll also respond in the chat. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that elaborative response, Nolwazi. And I think it starts to demonstrate how then we incorporate indigenous knowledge systems into our policy making and our interventions, because I think for the longest time we have been talking about indigenous knowledge and how we are incorporating that, but I think this process starts demonstrating the practicality on the ground then in terms of how best we acknowledge, but not just acknowledge and end there, but also allow the system to also transform, which is in line with the white paper on conservation and sustainable use of our biodiversity, which is also advancing the transformation, not only transformation of the sector, but also of the systems themselves, to allow this Nexus approach that we are implementing on the ground in terms of how we are collaborating better with communities and making sure that there is access as well as benefit sharing from our biodiversity resources. So is there an indication if Prince Sholo is able to connect? If not, in the meantime, can we take Debbie Muir? Over to you. I hope I pronounce your surname properly. Apologies for that.
Thanks, Makonde. Close enough, it's Muir. So you were pretty much pinned the tail on the donkey there. My suggestion or comment is on the Nagoya Protocol. And the suggestion I want to make is that the Nagoya Protocol hasn't come up at all yet. And with regards to the traditional healers, and the access to genetic resources and the fair and equitable sharing of benefits, not just with international trade, but also between various tribes. The Nagoya does come into effect. And just to comment that there is a free online short course to better understand the Nagoya Protocol. I've listed it in the Q&A, where the traditional healers can actually do the short course. There's two versions of that introductory course to the Nagoya Protocol and on access to genetic resources and fair and equitable sharing of benefits. One for policymakers, but one for traditional healers. So there's two versions of that, and it's just for the traditional healers to better understand how they can protect their medicinal plants, and also how they can then also use the genetic resources of the traditional plants and also add them into the database of genetic resources that is housed at the Nagoya Protocol. That's just my comment. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that comment, Debbie. We will definitely link up with the bioprospecting colleagues in the department who are also interfacing with the traditional healers in terms of the exposure to the Nagoya Protocol, and we apologize if there haven't been any response or reference to the Nagoya Protocol in the chat or in the Q&A platform, but there is a work that the department is also doing, not limiting that, but also allowing your comment to also strengthen the knowledge assessment and also knowledge building for our communities as well. We will definitely translate transfer that information to our bioprospecting colleagues. I know that there is also a Jeff project that is focusing on that in some communities, but I think we take your comment and we will be able to share it with colleagues. I'm not sure if colleagues from the bioprospecting are in the meeting. If they're in the meeting, can you please put in the chat box or in the Q&A platform on the work that you are doing under the Nagoya Protocol with communities. Debbie, I saw your hand. Did you want to come back?
No, sorry. I just want to put a thumbs up there. So my apologies. My thumb went up.
Okay,
so thank you.
okay.
You can now mute me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I don't see any other hand. Is there any other hand? I don't see any. And with that, I would like to thank you very much for your participation and for this interactive discussion that we have had this morning. And it was unfortunate that we couldn't get the views from the traditional leaders as well as from the from our People and Parks chairperson on the work that they are doing. Oh, I see that the chairperson has just joined. Can we just give him an opportunity to give us a perspective of communities on the surrounding conservation areas, on their role in species conservation and recovery? Over to you, Chairperson. If you can switch on your video.
Good morning, facilitator.
Good morning. We can hear you, but we can't see your face. I'm not sure if it's just from my side.
We can see him. We can see him.
Okay.
We can
Okay. Okay.
No,
Over to
thank
you, Chairperson.
No, thank you very much, facilitator, and my apologies for connecting late. I'm not at my traditional space. I'm in Durban ICC, so it has been a challenge. My apologies once again, but I managed to catch up with some of the contribution that some of our panelists made. And as from People and Parks, let me start by saying all of you are protocolized. So, facilitator, as I was preparing for my contribution, just to contextualize the concept of wild species, I came across the most important literature sponsored by the International Union of Conservation of Nature. And I couldn't resist to realize the deliberate emphasis that they are putting on the importance of people in the whole ecosystem of the nature in as a whole. That I realized that it is outlined in their Nature 2030 priorities. Now, as People and Parks facilitator, we have about 256 nature reserves, 20 national parks across the country, and over 20 million beneficiaries. And that in itself says we see ourselves as an integral player in ensuring that we realize, the preservation of these species and resources, obviously with effective beneficiation schemes. So, I think my submission today, and which is very, very short to the point, is that we are fostering collaboration and partnership to list the few our indigenous people, natural resource users, NGOs, private sector investors, scientists, and many other important role players. Those are people that we want to collaborate with in our land and make sure that we fast track this kind of collaboration for policy frameworks, innovative solutions, and capacity building. And that is the only commitment we can give to this conference, and make sure that we want to collaborate. We want to make sure that we realize this Nature 2030 priorities, whereby we need to recognize, retain, restore, and reconnect our land, the water, the ocean, and the climate. And that in itself is utilized by more than 7.8 billion people in the whole universe. So it's important for us to preserve this thing. So we see ourselves as integral part, We don't want to work in silos. We know we have this land, but we don't want to work in silos. We want everybody that is in this platform to work with. I think that is the only contribution I can make, facilitator. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson. That is the Chairperson of People and Parks. It's a national structure that also have representation in provinces. So my request to you, colleagues, those that are running programs on specific species that you are dealing with, when you find yourself working in communities, because wherever this biodiversity is, there is surely a community that is living with or around the species in question. And for us, if we are to meet the objectives of this event in terms of species conservation and recovery and reversing the red, we really need to partner and collaborate with communities. So whenever you are in various provinces, please reach out to People and Parks so that they can also connect you with the community or lobby the community on your behalf so that you can engage with them. You can form part of the work that they are also doing as People and Parks and also other community organization like your traditional health practitioners and traditional leaders in communities. So thank you so much, Chairperson. If we can't connect with our Prince Sholo, can I get confirmation that he's unable to connect or connect? Is he really still struggling to connect?
It looks like that.
Okay, thank you so much. So with that, I would like to end the morning session in this with the way forward that has been presented. There's been several suggestions in terms of how best we can also work with communities, but also collaborate more with different organizations and government. We have heard so much this morning, and I would like to thank you very much for your participation. The program doesn't end here, so we are going to be breaking for a tea break. Can I ask Tila and the organizers if you still want colleagues to come back at 11:15, or we reduce the time, the
Correct.
tea break?
Yes, correct. As per the agenda, we start at 11:15 again. Thank you.
Okay, so colleagues, please grab your tea and come back at 11:15, and we'll be continuing with the program. And Dr. Teresa Setusa will be your next facilitator for the coming session after tea break. So can I end on this note? Thank you so much for indulging me. Thank you so much. Enjoy your tea.
Good morning, colleagues, and welcome back. My name is Teresa Setusa from SANBI. I'm going to be facilitating this session, the third session of the day, that is going to focus on the contribution of South Africa's NGOs to species recovery. Without any waste of time, colleagues, I'm going to hand over to Kashelin Chetty from EWT, who's going to give us an overview of species conservation work at EWT. Kashelin.
Thank you so much. Sorry. I think my presentation is up. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for the opportunity to be here to present to you today. It's really an amazing opportunity for the Endangered Wildlife Trust to be part of this event. My name is Kish Chetty, and I'm the Senior Manager for Sustainable Finance at the Endangered Wildlife Trust. To start us off, I really want to take us through some context in terms of who the EWT are. You've heard it mentioned multiple times, the organization mentioned multiple times during some of the earlier presentations. I want to give you some insight into who we are, some context around the work that we do, and more specifically look at the challenges we face in terms of protecting species, and then also try and highlight some of the successes that we've had over a long period of time. So the Endangered Wildlife Trust is just over 50 years old, and we have a vision in terms of a healthy planet and an equitable world that values and sustains the diversity of all life. And really, we are dedicated to conserving threatened species and ecosystems in Southern and East Africa to the benefit of all. We have 12 programs with over 110 employees or PAC members, and our paw print really has touched across 21 countries within the African continent. We are species-led, and our strategic imperatives center around saving species, but equally, we recognize the value of conserving habitats and benefiting people. If we take a step back, and based on the presentations that were given for context this morning, we are all trying to assist South Africa in driving our contribution, our fair contribution towards the Global Biodiversity Framework goals and targets. And the study done by Riggio et al. In 2020 really highlighted for us within the Endangered Wildlife Trust that there are parts of this globe, parts of this African continent, parts of South Africa that have been highly impacted, but also parts that are still largely intact. And it certainly gives us a positive affirmation that we can actually achieve our contribution towards the Global Biodiversity Framework Target 3 and Target 4 in terms of really trying to support South Africa's contribution in that regard. But in order to do that as an organization, we have to deal with reversing the decline towards species. We have to look at what opportunities exist in terms of restoring what we have lost, and also have to focus on conserving what we have. And more specifically, in terms of reversing the decline, the Endangered Wildlife Trust, through our multitude of programs, focus on reducing habitat loss, engaging with regards to poaching, trying to adequately address the issues and concerns around disease and poison, particularly around impacts to vultures, as was mentioned earlier. The intersection between human-wildlife conflict and how we can actively and positively work with communities. The illegal wildlife trade, or legal trade in general, is quite a big issue that we try and drive, not just in a proactive space, but also from a reactive perspective, and also in terms of infrastructure development. So we know that infrastructure is a key component of South Africa's economy in infrastructure development, and we want to make sure that infrastructure is done in a responsible way and that we provide as much support in that space as possible. Climate change is an underlying element that affects the way that we look at species and the conservation of species. So we are always looking to influence the protection of species with climate change in mind, particularly around protected areas and creating the right types of buffers for some of our species. We're often asked, how do we actually prioritize what species the Endangered Wildlife Trust tackles in terms of conservation. And there's a lot of science behind this prioritization decision tree, but effectively we look at global threat. Is it a locally threatened species? Endemism? Is there another organization working on a particular species? And we take a lot of factors into account to determine what species we would work on, so that we actually try as best as we can to achieve conservation impact for a species. Also in this space, I think it's often talked about that NGOs in particular don't always collaborate. I think collaboration is absolutely key when it comes to species conservation. We work very closely with DFFE, the provinces, a lot of the conservation agencies, and a number of NGOs to ensure that we can actively contribute towards species conservation in South Africa. Proactively, we have our conservation planning and science unit who have really contributed towards helping South Africa and guiding South Africa with regards to minimizing the impact or mitigating the impact of development on species. And to that extent, we've supported the National Environmental Screening Tool with a lot of information around species. We've developed the Threatened Species No-Go mapping tool. You've heard a little bit about Tilla talking about some of the red list work that we've done, particularly around mammals. And in progress at the moment, we are developing a tool for the renewable energy sector, particularly around trying to support the just transition and our approach towards supporting mitigation against climate change by utilizing a tool that looks at landscape planning and the intersection between conservation, agriculture, and renewable energy, which is actively going to support renewable energy development across the country. One of the other tools that is absolutely critical in this space is protected area expansion. And as you can see from a Endangered Wildlife Trust point of view, we work across the country looking at the intersection in terms of the National Environmental Management Protected Areas Act, but also the opportunities that exist in terms of conservation stewardship or conservation servitudes and OECMs. And in particular, we've managed to support the securing of many hectares of protected areas, but equally we are in process of trying to secure more hectares to protect species going forward. And a lot of our focus of late has been around those buffer areas and trying to work with entities like SANParks to better help them create those buffer areas around the national parks. In terms of our hardcore work and some of the successes that we've had, so our carnivore conservation program has had some amazing work done in terms of restoring what we've lost. So particularly around cheetah range expansion and the African wild dog range expansion projects. With cheetahs, we established the project with 217 cheetahs on 41 reserves. It's now around 470 cheetahs on 65 reserves, which is quite phenomenal. And equally in the wild dog space, we've been able to create 1.5 million hectares of safe space for wild dogs in Southern Africa. There's a lot of work that we do, not just within South Africa, but through Africa itself. So we work very closely with other NGOs and governments to ensure that our range expansion projects absolutely achieve conservation impact. In terms of community work, our Livestock Guardian Dog program has been quite a success within the South African context, protecting carnivores as best as we can. There's been 113 trained dogs to date, which have been actively integrated into communities. And it's something that we continue to work with communities on to ensure the protection of our carnivores. From a birds of prey perspective, Tilla mentioned earlier that vultures have been taking quite a hammering when it comes to impacts and threats. We work very closely on a multitude of birds of prey, but in particular from a vulture perspective, we've identified vulture safe zones, which really looks at identifying the threat and potential mitigation required in geographic areas. And we're about to initiate our 6th vulture safe zone within South Africa, which is a really incredible initiative, and a lot of science goes into that. In addition to that, dealing with some of the poisoning issues that happen not just in South Africa, but across Africa, we've been able to train 6,500 people in 17 countries around poison response, and it's a critical component of being able to actively and quickly manage the threat of poison. And one of the tools that we're working on, and technology underpins a lot of the work that we do, is a project called the Eye in the Sky. And essentially, we have a number of GPS tracked vultures who remotely detect the presence of feeding events associated with potentially poached or poison-laced carcasses or snare lines, which is quite an incredible way to utilize vultures to actually respond to significant poaching threats. Our African Crane Conservation Program is one of the older programs that the EWT have been driving. From a counting cranes perspective, and I saw that Brent Coverdale is here, we're into our 28th consecutive annual KZN crane survey, which is quite amazing. It's enabled us to keep track of the population numbers from the 3 different species, and equally ensure that we are progressively dealing with the threats to cranes across the South African landscape. In particular, all 3 crane populations have, through our intervention, slowly but steadily increased in size since 2003. Another core component of the African Crane Conservation Program is around securing habitat, so protecting habitat for crane species. And the African Crane Conservation Program has secured and managed over 200,000 hectares of important habitat for crane and other wildlife. In particular, sun gazers in the grasslands have largely benefited from some of the conservation work that we've undertaken. The Threatened Amphibian Program is another program that has driven some significant stewardship efforts. So right now, around 30,000 hectares of priority habitats for frogs and reptiles across KZN, Eastern Cape and Western Cape have been secured or in the process of being secured, and that includes another 10,000 hectares of core habitat for the Amatola toad, which was largely thought to be extinct up until 2010. So a lot of work has gone into the space to protect amphibians, and because of that work, we've been able to ensure safe havens for a number of other species. The other aspect about this is that we focused largely on the Pickersgill reed frog, which was critically endangered or listed as critically endangered in 2010, and has subsequently become downlisted to endangered through the implementation of a number of our conservation management activities. So this is quite a phenomenal success for us in this space. Our drylands conservation program have also had a number of successes. The successes and the most recent one, I think you would have seen in the media. The golden mole was discovered through environmental DNA or eDNA, and was discovered after 86 years last year. It was quite a significant find for the team. The Drylands Conservation Program are actively engaging with threats to tortoises, crows being one of them, and in particular dealing with some of the infrastructure development that enables crows to exist in areas that they historically were not part of their range. We've also focused a lot on invertebrates, so butterflies and colophons have been part of our process and something that we are trying to address in terms of conservation. And then we've had a lot of success with the riverine rabbit. So it's been mentioned earlier, but the population within the succulent karoo was discovered in 2012, and more recently, a new population very close to the Baviaanskloof was discovered through some core scientific work in terms of utilization of camera traps. And this has really enabled us to get a good sense of how the riverine rabbit population has grown from the Nama karoo to where it is today. And then lastly, I wanted to spend a little bit more time on one of the greatest challenges that we have as an NGO, and I'm sure NGOs are going to talk about this, is unlocking new funding for conservation. So the Global Biodiversity Framework highlighted that there is a biodiversity financing gap, close to $711 billion. And we as an NGO, in support of what South Africa is driving from a biodiversity perspective, are really actively trying to contribute towards enabling us as a country to shift the needle and be at the nexus of socioeconomic development and conservation. And so in that regard, we've had to really brush up on the green economy, the wildlife economy, and sustainable use, circular economy, and the just transition, to ensure that we have a good take of how we can utilize these areas to actually drive species conservation. We've also looked at conservation market-based instruments, price-based, quantity-based, and market friction instruments, to ensure that we can be innovative in the space and really try and bring in different types of funding to really stimulate the growth of our species conservation work within South Africa and through Africa. One of the ways that we're working on and look to drive conservation, particularly around wild dogs and lions, is around wildlife bonds, which we're working on with Rand Merchant Bank on wild dogs and lions, but also specifically on the lion work with the Peace Parks Foundation. And the idea is to try and stimulate an opportunity to bring in large amounts of funding. We're looking to bring somewhere between 100 and 150 million Rand into the conservation for wild dogs and lions, and hopefully that can be the catalyst for further wildlife bonds in the South African context. So I've given a little bit of insight into what the Endangered Wildlife Trust is all about. The landscape approach is central to species conservation, and Tilla mentioned that earlier. We fully understand that, and there's a focus on stewardship in large intact areas, but we are still a species-focused conservation NGO. We understand that funding is absolutely critical for us to take our work forward. And the other element of this is collaboration is key. So for us to achieve conservation impact at a national and international scale, we need to collaborate with the right types of partners to make sure that we have action on the ground. With that, I thank you very much for listening to me this morning. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Kish. Collaboration is key. We cannot do it alone. Together we can make it. Thank you. Colleagues, please do write in your questions in the Q&A section. And for any other comments, please put them in the chat box. Thank you, Kish. Without wasting time again, we will move to our second speaker for the day. Is Helene Smith-Robertson, who's going to give us an overview of species conservation work at BirdLife South Africa. Helene?
Hi, everyone. It's really a pleasure to be with you today and to speak about BirdLife South Africa's work. I hope the slides are showing okay on your side. And I'm the head of conservation. I'm Helene Smith-Robertson, the head of conservation at BirdLife South Africa. And in this very limited time, I'm going to share a snapshot of what we do at BirdLife South Africa, with a little bit of more detailed information on two of the species that we focus our conservation efforts on. So also just to give you a little bit of background on the organization, our mission really is to conserve our wild birds and their habitats, and we are strongly aligned with BirdLife International's conservation strategy. So BirdLife International being our mother organization in the UK. And that really is to save species, to protect sites and habitats, to address the systemic drivers of habitat and biodiversity loss, and to empower and enable change in society. So we work across 7 programs, and it's already been mentioned several times today. We cannot conserve our species without protecting their habitats. We focus largely in our biodiversity stewardship work on 3 threatened ecosystems, that's high altitude wetlands and grasslands, as well as our estuaries in the Western Cape. We don't only focus on biodiversity stewardship in these areas, but we also empower people through working with communities and through our environmental education and awareness programs. It is, of course, incredibly difficult to know how to prioritize with the limited resources we have. Therefore, we have a red list process. So we do that every 10 years, and we are in the process of updating our regional red list, which should be published next year. So we had to start with our 877 bird species that's listed in the checklist of birds in South Africa, published by BirdLife South Africa, exclude the vagrant species, then also exclude the seabird species in terms of our modeling pipelines, then map the ranges and modeled for 677 terrestrial bird and coastal bird species. These assessments are now with the taxon experts, and we plan to finalize the publication by next year, as well as a popular publication called Birds on the Brink that will also be published next year. As Stella mentioned earlier this morning, we made a quick sort of list between a few of us in terms of species that we call recovery species, and also a list in which we call watch list of species. So these are the bird species that made it onto the recovery list. I'm sure there's some of the watch list species that's just hovering there and can easily fall within here as well. So I'm going to highlight two of our projects, Botha's Lark as well as African Penguin. African Penguin being a wonderful flagship also for Bank Cormorant and Cape Gannet. So the work that we do on the African Penguin benefits those two species. And then unfortunately, I won't have time in this presentation to really focus also on albatrosses and petrels, which are focused through the BirdLife South Africa Albatross Task Force and a massive island eradication project that's being undertaken for Marion Island, the mouse-free Marion project. So let's move on to our first species then, the African penguins that really do need our help. So if we look at this picture here, African penguins were once very abundant. So we had 60,000 breeding pairs just less than 30 years ago. And now it's not unreasonable to be concerned and to think that the species will be extinct by 2035 in the wild. So this species is endemic to Namibia and to South Africa. And from these graphs here on the left, you can see that since 2003 to now, we've dropped with about an 80% decline in the African penguin breeding pair numbers. 2023, the first time that we've dropped under 10,000 pairs. In the graph on the right, we can see that the past and the predicted future decrease of this species will take this species to critically endangered and predicted to be extinct by 2035. So there are several reasons or several threats that's contributing to the decline that we see in African penguins. One of it being a shift in the food stocks from the west coast to the south coast, and a lot of that's based on climate change, but also fishing pressure in the west coast. Then also ship-to-ship bunkering causing marine noise pollution, and then this resource competition specifically for sardines and anchovies, their main food source. So this competition with the purseine fishing industry. And the graph here shows this close connection between the abundance of these fishes and African penguin numbers. So the island closure experiment started as early as 2008, so a number of years ago. This was experiments that was done, so no fishing take zones around 4 of the largest breeding colonies. I don't have time to explain what happened with these experiments between then and now, but last year the minister instituted an international panel to give us a review with recommendations on the future of these island closures. And this was because we couldn't reach an agreement between the conservation sector and the purseine fishing industry. So this international panel then said that island closures should be put in place, that those should be meaningful, and there should be a proposed trade-off mechanism, and that more research is required to find this balance point, really where there's maximum change in benefits to penguins and minimum change in catch losses to the purseine fishing industry. So our conservation and scientific team is currently working on this research, and another scientific paper will be published on it. But because the island closures that were put in place by the minister was not meaningful for 4 of these 6 colonies, didn't cover at least 50% of the core foraging range of the African penguins at 4 of these colonies, we've actually challenged the decision, and that's SANCCOP and BirdLife South Africa, represented through the Biodiversity Law Centre. We also do a lot of innovative work for African penguins. So microchips were fitted to penguins at 4 of the largest colonies, and they walk over a weighbridge. We call this an automated penguin monitoring system, in which we can measure the condition of penguins in real time. And then to end on a positive for African penguins, this is the work by Christina Hagen. I think she may be in the room. That's to establish an African penguin colony at the De Hoop Nature Reserve on the south coast, so to create safe breeding habitat in an area where there's still high fish abundance. This project's not been without its challenges either. So we particularly had a recent predation event by honey badger. We had large storm damage to our predator-proof fence last year. But we are in the process of overcoming all those challenges, and we've had wonderful success already, some breeding at the colony, and the size of the colony is increasing. So now moving on to the terrestrial space and speaking about Boetas lark. And yes, it is South Africa's most threatened terrestrial bird species. Tiny distribution endemic to the grasslands of South Africa, but it's likely also Africa's most threatened bird species and a bird that's most likely to go extinct on the African continent. And we've never lost to extinction on the African continent. So the species currently listed as endangered. Time is running out, and this has really caught us all unaware. So Robin Culain's PhD is in the process of finalizing and publishing that. He's registered at UCT, and showed us that there's an estimated 340 individuals of Boetas lark that's remaining in the wild. And that's a decline from 2,500 in 2015, previous Red Data book, and about 20,000 10 years before that. So we have a 90% decline in population numbers, an incredible decline in reporting rates as stated here on the slide, which means that Boetas lark will be globally listed as critically endangered at the end of this year. So doing all we can with our partners, we have a Boetas lark specialist working group that's also providing some advice to get someone in the field and to get going on this project ASAP. So what you see on the left here is Boetas lark preferred habitat. As we know, it's short, heavily grazed grass associated with dark clay soils. These photos, of course, were taken at different times of year. The main threats that we've identified for the species at the moment is potentially climate change, the grasslands getting warmer and warmer. Then also a change from sheep to cattle grazing, which is a big change in terms of the grazing regime. And then monoculture that's been slipping in, at least for the past 20 years, in terms of soy and maize monocultures within these grasslands causing habitat fragmentation. So we'd like to put someone in place as soon as to engage with landowners regarding these grazing regimes, looking at sustainable land use practices, and also declaring more protected environments. And that's done in collaboration with the Endangered Wildlife Trust. We continue our scientific research and monitoring, so monitoring on the ground, putting out camera traps and acoustic devices, and raising awareness and raising a lot of money to undertake this project. We also have an environmental education and awareness project at Daggakraal. So this is a community-owned area within the distribution of the species, where the species was regularly seen until at least 2 years ago and have now disappeared. So we believe that working with the community, we can bring back this bird to return to the site. And then we're reaching out to more than 2,000 learners, specifically in this Daggakraal area, through our environmental education project. So now just to highlight 3 short-bill projects, the white-winged flufftail and wetland conservation project. White-winged flufftails are critically endangered. They only occur in Ethiopia and in South Africa, about 4,000 kilometers apart. In 2018, we confirmed the breeding of white-winged flufftail in South Africa at a site called Middelpunt Wetland, that yellow circle there, near Dalstroom in South Africa. We also recorded the call of the species. So we've really used the white-winged flufftail as a flagship species to raise awareness for wetland conservation and also to benefit other bird and other biodiversity in these wetland areas. So we've extended the protected environments and declared Middelpunt as private nature reserve as well as a Ramsar site. There's a national species action group for the white-winged flufftail through the Department of Environmental Affairs, and this links closely to the AWA International Working Group for the white-winged flufftail. One of the other important sites for white-winged flufftail is in southern KwaZulu-Natal. It's in Sekeni Nature Reserve, managed through Ezemvelo KZN Wildlife. 9,500 hectares of pristine grassland and wetland habitat. It's also a strategic water source area And there's a lodge called Nsekeni Lodge that's community owned, and the community benefits through this lodge. So we are supporting EKZN Wildlife with the biosecurity measures, implementing that within Nsekeni Nature Reserve. We've placed a BirdLife South Africa community bird guide at the lodge to support the 2 local communities and the 2 traditional authorities. And then we have a Herding for Health project with Meat Naturally that's just started in the area, working with these 2 communities to ensure that there's also economic benefits through improvement in livestock that can be sold on commercial markets, and also the training of environmental monitors. Kisha's already mentioned that, but vultures are really plummeting towards extinction. The department published a multi-species biodiversity management plan for vultures in South Africa, linked to the multi-species action plan published by the Conservation of Migratory Birds, the Raptors MOU, in 2017. And BirdLife South Africa's focus is just on one small part. So we have identified lead as one of the big threats to our vultures. We're focusing on reducing that threat in the environment, and it benefits mostly white-backed vultures. So our research has now been published, showing that the lead in the white-backed vulture blood is directly linked to lead ammunition. So we're running an advocacy project now that's really to raise awareness of lead toxicity in vultures, to review the lead-free bullets and ammunition that's available on the South African market, and also testing lead-free bullets and compiling guidelines for hunters as well as culling operators, so that we can ensure that we make the switch to lead-free ammunition. Then a success story, and is it wonderful to have some success stories in between the doom and gloom? And that is southern bald ibis. So southern bald ibis, currently listed as vulnerable, will be downlisted to near threatened later this year. Distribution showed there on the map. It's endemic to the grasslands of South Africa, also needs safe breeding cliffs for breeding. So in 1941, there was only 2,000 birds left. This was mainly due to hunting. But through the work of BirdLife South Africa's predecessor, and also citizen scientists and other conservation organizations, we've been able to really raise awareness about the threats to the species, also doing artificial breeding sites for the species at a site in South Africa at Ingula, and now working at a site in Lesotho. The population has stabilized and increased to 10,000 individuals. Some of the threats still remain, and we'll have to keep a watchful eye. But we're also doing a lot of work through protecting that habitat through important bird and biodiversity areas and biodiversity stewardship work. And that's a typical, wonderful example of where industry has helped us to achieve this success. So just to end off, flyways and migrants, I thought I just want to add this in on World Migratory Bird Day that took place very recently. And we are raising awareness for the conservation of stopover sites for our migratory birds. In the process, we are tracking 2 European rollers that moved all the way from the Lowveld from South Africa up through Somalia, across at the Horn of Africa, and they're entering into Asia there. Going through Pakistan, Afghanistan. Unfortunately, we've lost contact with one of our birds. We hope that we will get contact again, but yeah, wonderful project to raise awareness for the species. I'd also just like to acknowledge all our other species guardians that work with BirdLife South Africa. We focus on more than 50 threatened species alone in South Africa. And our guardians are focusing on species such as the Cape Parrot, lesser flamingo, southern ground hornbill, black harrier, Tata falcon, and many others. And with that, thank you everyone for your time, and thank you to our wonderful staff and our collaborators and donors.
Thank you so much, Haneli. Thank you for sharing that fantastic work by BirdLife South Africa. Thank you. We're now going to hear from Botanical Society. We will have Antonio de Barros from BODSOC sharing the work that is done by BODSOC. Antonio, are you ready? If you can put on your camera so we can see you as well.
Can you see me?
We can see your slides. If you can just put on your camera.
She's visible now.
Yeah.
Thanks. You may go ahead.
Great. Thank you very much. I really appreciate the opportunity to share, and it's been great listening to everyone else's, successes and some of the challenges, and just the importance of all of our collaboration. So thank you very much. I'm going to try and go as quickly as possible. So firstly, I'm from the Botanical Society of South Africa, and it's always easier to have support for the furries and the feathered friends and so forth. But plants, there are lots of us who really are absolutely infatuated with plants. And our organization has been around for 110 years, and that's quite special. And we're celebrating our 111th anniversary this year. But it's important to note that we are a membership organization similar to BirdLife. And so the mobilization of the public, our members out there, is very important. But that all starts with the energy and the love for participating and contributing to projects at grassroots level. I'm not going to go into why our country is so special in terms of plant diversity. I think people in the room understand how special our biodiversity is. In terms of the Botsok's conservation strategy, I think it is important for us to point out our alignment to the National Plant Conservation Strategy and the fact that we are currently revising that with our conservation committee. And it's really important for us to remain relevant and current in terms of the challenges that we face. So I've just made a note there of the objectives that we particularly focused on, but more importantly, our conservation footprint and our team. Please take a note of our conservation team. It is growing and led by Dr. Martina Treene. Thank you so much, Martina, for all of your work in terms of preparing this presentation. And I would like to share with everyone just our focus areas that were put together at our Pathfinder Convention in 2022 by all of our branches, that they were represented at the Pathfinder Convention. And so this is really a bottom-up approach to understanding at grassroots level what people felt was important to be doing in terms of the plant conservation space. So in this presentation, I'm only going to be focusing on the plant poaching crisis and important plant areas and threatened species and biodiversity stewardship. But please note Kaylee, Richard, Eunicia, and we also have Isabel on stewardship. Right, so the plant poaching crisis, we work very closely with other organizations, and we recently got some funding, and Tilla has been amazing in terms of her support, as well as other colleagues within SANBI and other organizations on the far right. And important for us to say is that our role as the Botanical Society is very much on the practical side of being responsive here. Yes, making sure that 36 highly threatened Conophatum species is in ex situ collections, but overall, our support has been focused on working with SANBI National Botanical Gardens to make sure that confiscated plants are in ex situ collections, and hopefully we can get to the point of restoration in the wild or working on a plan that is more sustainable. It's important to note that Wilderness Foundation, Africa, Botsok, and so forth, our partners that's what makes the success. Obviously, everybody knows in terms of biodiversity loss and illegal harvesting, field monitoring is absolutely essential for us to understand what's happening out there. Plant poaching crisis in terms of cycads, we've been working on cycads for a long time. And our recent focus working with Michelle Fab on the microdotting project has been something that's taken quite a lot of time, and it's ongoing work. And I think it's just important for us to note that, being consistent, and I'm not going to go through all of the stats there. I'm sure that the presentations will be circulated afterwards, but maintaining consistency and being innovative around how we monitor, how we address biodiversity loss and species loss is going to make the difference. And understanding each other's context and what we are able to contribute to that is important. And the Botanical Society, as I said earlier, our main focus is getting right down on the ground and doing practical work to support plant conservation. So protecting important plant areas and threatened species, it's important to note people often make the mistake, people think about CREW and it's a SANBI program, but it was very much born out of the collaboration between SANBI and the Botanical Society. And it's interesting to note that last year, we logged that 30% of CREW members, people involved with CREW, with citizen science in the CREW program, they are Botanical Society members. So being a membership organization plays a big role in terms of raising awareness of important work like this that needs to be supported. So even when we think about important plant areas, BOTSOC's branches, the 16 branches across the country, effectively, we are using the data that's coming from the CREW work and working together with SANBI on developing important plant area maps. And that in turn, the information, the knowledge, the intelligence that comes from that will guide the work that is actually happening on the ground by our Botanical Society members in the branches. So, engaging the public and informing, building capacity amongst the public and our members is a vital part of making conservation part of everyday life and bringing to life the fact that we are nature. We are not apart from it. And I think that's what's really been a big shift for all of us when we had this very necessary disruption, when we had hard lockdown and people came out of that realizing that they are very much part of nature and that they need that connection. And it's something that we are really trying to build on. So stewardship through partnerships. So we've got Isabel Johnson up in KZN. I think we all understand what stewardship is, but our role, again, in a very practical way, is to assist in botanical assessments, and we work very closely with the organizations, again, on the right-hand side, in terms of identification, formal declaration, and post-declaration support. Obviously, also with Isabel's, technical expertise, she supports ex situ threatened plant collections as well. Through the botanical gardens and so forth. And it's important to note, while we set targets, and especially in KZN, we've now reached the 8% target, but 8% of the 30% target. But important to note is that these processes take a long time, and we might set these targets, but are they realistic? And what are the things that we need to think as we enter into a new phase post 2030? How do we set those targets going forward? Do we recognize which roles each of us play? Are we thinking about the challenges that we are facing for threatened species work, for habitat work? What can each organization contribute to that process, and how do we build in those efficiency gains? So something that I'm finding particularly interesting from the Botanical Society's perspective is the shifts that are happening. So the environmental NGO collaboration is very important to us right now, because I think that the participating organizations, and these are a few of them, we are learning together, and we are in transition where we are recognizing those challenges, and we are thinking about how do we engage government, how do we engage each other, how do we share our learning. And this is an important time in conservation for all of us. Just in conclusion, and thanks, I really would like to just express our appreciation for the opportunity to participate and engage in this forum. We are deepening our understanding as the Botanical Society of the importance of collaboration amongst our NGO partners. And the challenges are mounting. We all know that. There's less funding available. There's a greater need for us to be collaborating on how do we resource the work that we do. And working together for efficiency gains is becoming very important, and avoiding duplication. There was some work done a little while ago about mapping what we are all doing across our programs, and this is essential work. Acknowledging that our conservation efforts are all contributing, but how are we more effective in doing that? When I say understanding our complex ecosystem, it's our ecosystem. While us as civil society work with government and the private sector, how are we understanding exactly how that ecosystem works and what the feedback loops are. How are we able to make our work really meaningful and impactful? But I really want to say thank you so much to all of you for all of the work that you do, and we hope that the Botanical Society can continue to do good work with everyone. And we are also in a transitional phase. I know that my talk is going quite quickly, but I'm happy with that. And if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer in the chat. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Well, very important questions asked, very important considerations raised. Thank you so much, Botsog, for that insightful presentation. Thank you. Our last speaker for the session is from Two Oceans Aquarium Foundation, Judy Menleng. She is going to answer the question, can we reverse the rate for marine fish species? Looking forward to this one. Judy, you may take the floor.
Thank you so much, Teresa. Let me share my screen and hope that everything works. Okay, is it all shared okay?
All good. All good.
Okay, that's great. Okay, well, thank you very much for this opportunity from the Aquarium Foundation side to share with you a little bit about the ocean. So we've had a lot of presentations that have been terrestrially focused, and I'm glad to see Cloverly is going to be talking a little bit later also about some ocean issues. And I'm just going to dive us into the ocean. I work for the Two Oceans Aquarium Foundation. We are part of the Two Oceans Aquarium, and over the last couple of years, we've really been focusing the foundation work on our rehabilitation, particularly with turtles, and then our education work, and starting to get into some more people and ocean research. So that's just a quick background, but now it's time to dive into the ocean. Can we reverse the red for a marine fish species? It's a big question, and I'm hoping that by the time we get to the end of today, you'll know that the answer is yes. So let's just first take a step back and look at our perspectives of the ocean over the last few years. In the past, there was a feeling that the ocean is so vast that it is simply too big to fail. And these are words from Jane Lubchenco, one of the people that I really admire in the conservation world from the US. So we thought that there were plenty of fish in the sea. We could just fish and fish and fish. It didn't matter how much we took, there'd always be more fish. We thought that the solution to pollution was dilution. We felt that you could just pump our waste out into the ocean and it would just disappear. And that was the prevailing thought about the ocean for many years. But now we're starting to think differently. So a little while ago, we were starting to think, oh my goodness, the ocean is so massively and fatally depleted, and it's disrupted, and the ocean is too big to fail. It was simply, too big to fix. So the feeling there was that, I'm sure you've seen this heading, 2048, an empty ocean. There were lots and lots of headlines about how the fact that 75% of all the big predatory fish in the ocean are gone. There was the feeling that there was so much pollution in the ocean, we couldn't solve it. So there have been huge concerns about ocean acidification, all sorts of concerns about the ocean, and people going, oh my word, it's just so much of a problem, we don't know how to solve it. But now we're starting to realize that the ocean is so critical to our future and to the future of our children that it's too important to neglect. We cannot just pump into the ocean. We cannot just take from the ocean. We need to care for the ocean, because ultimately the survival of people depends on the survival of the ocean. Every second breath we take comes from the ocean. We need to protect the ocean as if our lives depend on it, because our lives do depend on the healthy ocean. Now, I've got the slot just before lunch, so who's hungry? How many of you have heard of lionfish? You might have seen it on a menu in a restaurant, as I've got a photo of here, or you might see it in a recipe book. But what really are lionfish? Lionfish are simply a group of fish that are caught around the South African coast using a rod and line, or a line and a hook. So they're not things like the trawled fish like hake. These are fish that are caught by fishermen using a hook and line. And it's a multi-species fishery. So around the coast of South Africa, people are catching lionfish, many different species of lionfish, as you can see from this photo. It's a multi-user fishery. So we've got onshore and offshore. So people fish along the coast, but people fish from boats to catch lionfish. There's a commercial component to it. There is a recreational component. So some people are fishing to make money, to sell their fish. Some people are fishing just for fun. There is a charter component where people pay to go out fishing. Then there's a small scale fishery as well. And we've got a long history of using these lionfish along our coast. Now, in 2013, the research showed that by then, the status of 20 species of lionfish had collapsed. So 20 of the 35 different species that they looked at of these lionfish were actually collapsed, which meant that they are 25% below their pristine stocks. So there's only 25% of the original stocks left. And you can see from that graph, we've got species like the Dageraat, dusky cob, some people might know about, Englishman, Galjoen, Garrick, Geelbeek, red river bream, Scotsman, 74, silver cob, white steenbras. So some of these you might even think about from having seen them on a restaurant menu. But these are the fish that they said had collapsed. So our line fishery was facing a crisis. But now I'm going to tell you a story of hope. I'd like you to meet the 74, my favorite fish. It's in the group of fish called the sea breams or the sparidae. So let's get to know the 74 a little bit more. It's endemic to South Africa, which means it's not found anywhere else in the world. It's found from Cape Town into southern Mozambique. It reaches 100 centimeters in total length at a weight of about 16 kilograms, and it reaches about over 20 years of age. Imagine that, a fish that's over 20 years old. And it matures at about 8 to 9 years. It shoals on deep offshore reefs. It eats small fish, such as sardines and mackerel. And one thing that's really important about this fish is it exhibits spawning aggregation. So a whole lot of the fish get together on what are called the Ilovo banks off the east coast of KZN, and they spawn together in a big group. Now, I'm going to use the Assess Plan Act, which is the Conservation Planning Specialist Group's method of going through with conservation, and let's have a look at the assess. This is what happened to the 74. In the 1910s, around the early part of the century, they were catching about 1,400 tons of 74 each year. By 1923, that had dropped down to about 600. By the 1950s, it was about under 400. By 1985, the species had basically disappeared from the catch. And if we think of the percentage of catch composition, in 1910, out of all the different species caught, 74 made up about 70%. 1910, you can see there from this graph, 74 made up 70% of all the fish caught in the commercial line fishery. By 1995, it had almost disappeared completely. And if we look at the top graph, it's actually even more scary, because if we look at the blue line, that is the amount of effort. So the amount of boat days, the number of people fishing out had gone from down here around 1,000 to 8,000. At the same time, the catch had dropped considerably. So this is what happened to this fishery. So we needed to make some plans. In the 1950s, the fishermen started to ask, please, we need to do something. In the 1960s, the Oceanographic Research Institute did some studies on the 74. And in 1985, they implemented the first regulations. In 1992, those regulations were reviewed again. And in 1996, RE conducted a stock assessment that said that there's still only 5% of the spawning biomass left. So we still had a problem. So it was time to act. In 1998, they implemented a moratorium which said that nobody could catch 74 anymore for 10 years. In 2007, that was reviewed, and it showed that there was little sign of recovery. So they had a recommendation for another 10 years. Between 2009 and 2014, that's how long it took to get the IUCN Red List category for this species to be defined as critically endangered. So publishing Red List takes a long time. Also importantly, in 2019, there was a rezoning of the Allawal Shoal to close those spawning areas where they used to spawn. And in 2019, we also had some new MPAs proclaimed to protect the deeper reefs where the adults and juveniles live. Amazingly, in 2024, there is now a draft Red List assessment to take the 74 from critically endangered down to endangered. We are starting to see signs after 10 years of the moratorium of recovery of this incredible species. 26 years was the first 10 years, and the second 10 years plus another 6 years. It takes time, but we're starting to see signs of recovery. Fishermen are saying now that they are catching this fish when they fish on the deep reefs over and over. And we're also starting to see on our baited remote underwater cameras signs of 74. And I've just got a little video here that I want to show you. Here you can see a 74 coming in to a baited remote underwater camera in one of our MPAs. And for conservationists, for us to see this happening is incredible. It shows that we can reverse the red. It's difficult, it takes time, but it can be done. So when we first saw these videos, we actually cried because we realized just how vulnerable these fish were and how conservation action can help. But what does it take? It takes time, especially with slow-growing species. If we had not kept this moratorium of stopped catching the species for so long, we would never have recovered it. It takes time. It takes the support of fishermen. If the fishermen had not felt that they wanted to contribute to the recovery of the species, we wouldn't have been able to do it. So it takes the support of fishermen. It takes well-enforced and supported marine protected areas. If we weren't able to protect those breeding aggregation sites, we wouldn't be able to protect the species. It takes good research, a lot of science over time, ongoing monitoring. This isn't a 3-year student project. This is a long-term commitment to the recovery of a species. And it takes passion. It takes somebody or a group of people to really, really care and to keep going. It's not something that we're going to do in a year or 2 years. It takes long-term commitment. So that's coming to the end of my presentation. And I just want to say a very big thank you to Dr. Bruce Mann, who's provided me with a lot of this information. And it's his passion for the species is what's really, really kept driving the conservation of the species. So if I had to just sum up, I would say, yes, we can reverse the red for a marine fish species if we are prepared to take the time and to keep going and to keep the passion and keep the hope. And that really is my message from a conservation perspective in the ocean. The ocean is not too big for us to damage. It's not too damaged for us not to be able to save it. It is so important that it's going to take all of our collective effort, but it can be done. Marine protected areas are vital. Effective management with the support of communities is vital, but we can do it. The decisions that we are making right now are the decisions that are going to determine the future for the children that follow us. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you so much, Judy, for that amazing, amazing story of hope. It takes time, it takes cooperation, it takes commitment, but it can be done. Thank you so much. Colleagues, that was our last speaker for the session. Let us move to the Q&A. This is for all the speakers from EWT to BirdLife South Africa to BOTSOC and to the last speaker, Judy. The first question is from Peter Mills, and it's for you, Kish. The point that, am I at the right place, colleagues? Just a second. At 11:26. Yes, from Peter. Peter, thank you for participating and putting questions for all our speakers. You had me confused there for a bit. Most green energy in terms of production and disposal after the life cycle is not green at all. To what extent have you included this as a factor in supporting green technology?
Okay, great. Thank you, Peter. That's a very important question, interesting question. So our focus has largely been about creating the tool to be reactive with regards to renewable energy development. But through our National Biodiversity and Business Network program, we do undertake life cycle assessments with a number of corporates, including entities like Eskom and independent power producers, to really help them understand their impacts and dependencies on biodiversity across the value chain. And so through that process, I think that we'll have an opportunity to have some positive effects on renewable energy, particularly at the end of the life cycle. But as it stands right now, it hasn't been taken into account. Thanks, Peter.
Thanks, Kish. The next question is for you again. How does HHPs impact on species conservation in South Africa? It's from Debbie Mer. How does HHPs impact on species conservation in South Africa?
Teresa, I don't know if Debbie can answer that question just to break down the acronym. I just want to make sure I know what she's talking about specifically.
Debbie, are you able to either
highly hazardous pesticides?
Yes.
Is that what you? Okay, so not hygiene products. Okay, how does highly hazardous pesticides get taken into account? Okay, another very interesting question. Thank you, Debbie, for that. I think that in some of the work we do, particularly when we are working with landowners in the agricultural space, particularly around our Birds of Prey program, but also our crane conservation program, we are engaging around the activities that farmers might do on a day-to-day basis, but specifically around utilization of pesticides and ensuring that they are using things that are within the boundaries of the law, but also utilizing pesticides that won't necessarily have an impact on the species that occur within the area. So it differs in terms of the work that we do across the country, but specifically within the grasslands, there's a lot of focus on working with landowners, agricultural farmers, to assist them in terms of what process to follow with regards to pesticides. Thanks, Teresa.
Thanks, Kish. There are a few follow-up questions there. I'm going to ask that Kish, if you can just go in and try to respond to them. We'll come back, time permitting. It still speaks of pesticides, how some of them last long in the environment, and when you put in climate change, it makes things even worse. But Kish, if you could just go to the Q&A session, time permitting, we'll come back to you again. The next question is from Muketwa Takalani, and it's for Haneli. Under health programs, how do you assist the communities for commercial products, I believe? Do you assist them with certification and barcoding their environmentally produced products? Please share with us. And is there training also? Nelly?
Thank you, Teresa. Maybe if I may, just on the pesticide question, just a quick response also from our side. BirdLife South Africa started a birds and agrochemicals project last year. So we're in the process of doing a review of all the pesticides being used across the country, and also implementing then some pilot projects in some of the commercial agricultural areas. But we believe pesticides is actually quite a big problem. And also by interviewing farmers last week in the Wakkerstroom area, specifically focusing on Boortjasplaag, we were just trying to find out if new pesticides were being used, and it also became clear that GMs are used a lot, and we mustn't forget about the impact of GMs in the soil and in the environment and how that can impact. But let me get back to the question about the herding for health. There's certainly, we are doing training. Some of it is actually, some of the training is certified, some of the training is not certified. So just to mention some of the training that we're doing, so the Equirangers receive training in livestock management, in training on fire management, animal husbandry, alien plant clearing, and also environmental management in terms of the grazing regimes that's important for sustainable farming. We're commercializing those products in different ways. One way is to bring the market to the community, so what we call a mobile auction. And then the community can sell their livestock on that mobile auction. There's also sheep sharing that will take place, mobile abattoirs that would come in, and this just allows that trade of livestock and also wool. And certification and branding of animals we do assist with as well as establishing farmers association, important institutional capacities within these communities. But Moketwa, my colleague Nandi Tubela runs this project for us with Meat Naturally, and I'm very happy to put you in contact if you need more information.
Thanks, Haneli. Could you perhaps reflect on how do you select the people to be trained? How do you select the communities, or in the communities who to train?
So I'm also, I've asked Nandi that question. I haven't had a response yet, but the way I understand it is that we work with the two traditional authorities, and through them, they help us to identify the people to be trained. So all our work is through the traditional authorities into the community.
The next question is for Botsok. There are massive declines of cycad species in Limpopo. How can you assist the communities in your Chidizi to see the value of cycads for them to preserve them? Who can we work with in Sanbi or Botsok? In Limpopo, Chidizi. My apologies for butchering the name, colleagues. Antonio Tila.
Hi, Teresa. Antonia had to leave, but I'll try and answer some of the question. Thank you so much for the question. My name is Martina, so I'm just standing in to answer the question on Botsok side. Yeah, it's not an easy answer, I think, Muketwa. We do have a community component on the cycad project, but specifically on what Tony was presenting is referring to the technology that we're using to actually mark the cycads, so that we can keep track of them if they are harvested. Yeah, our project is very much led by Michelle Fab in the Sanbi sector, on the research side of things. And then the community aspect comes in strongly when we link up with the provincial nature conservation authorities and organizations. So very much a partnership project. I'm happy to also respond to the question, perhaps in text if you'd like more detailed information.
Thank you. The next question, I'm going to try to be a bit fast, colleagues. We are running out of time. Thank you for participating, but let's try to cover as much ground as possible. So this one is for EWT and BetLife. The question is, are there perhaps habitat integrity maps available for all the species that you presented on today, where you have a map of intact habitat along with threats and the distance at which those threats can impact nearby habitats? Haneli and Kish. And also determining areas that are at risk.
So maybe I'll start.
Okay.
Oh, you want to go ahead, Haneli? You go ahead.
I was just going to say, thank you, Kish, that we have habitat distribution models available for all our threatened bird species, but that doesn't necessarily show their habitat integrity in all those parts. So we then need to use remote sensing tools to determine which of those habitats within the distribution is suitable for the species. And then following on that, we do grant truthing. But at the moment, we don't have habitat integrity maps that we could just share.
Yeah, and just following on from what Helene said, I think understanding the threats. So we do work at a more localized level about understanding the threats, but integrating that into habitat intactness is something that we still are trying to get our heads around. And it is an important point that has been made, and certainly something that we'll start to look at. But that information is not readily available across the country.
Okay, thanks, colleagues.
Thanks, Teresa.
And we've got a question for Judy from David Dean. What kind of engagement was needed to get the fishermen on board?
That's a very good question. Thank you. And I think that comes to the heart of so much of our conservation work. It's working with the user groups, working with the fishermen or whichever community we're looking at. And it was a long and slow process. But I think a critical kind of set, if you look back, this started in the 1960s. So the fishermen knew that the species was in trouble. In the 1950s, they could say, there's a problem here. They're just not catching them. So when you have gone from catching tons and tons and tons of a fish to suddenly catching none, the fishermen could see that there was a problem. So they said, we've got to do something about it. And that's a critical thing. And we think that for the marine environment, it's much more difficult to see what's going on. On land, you can see what's going on much more easily than in the ocean. But the fishermen knew there was a problem. So that was a really important point. And then after that, it's been ongoing engagement. And that's something that's been key with Bruce, who's been working with the fishermen so closely. He is a fisherman. He understands fishermen. So he works very closely with the fishermen, with both the commercial fishermen and with the recreational fishermen. So it's ongoing communication. It's going to their events. It's going to their clubs. It's talking to them on an ongoing basis. It's writing articles. It's finding out where they communicate with each other. But it's got to keep going. You can't say, I've done it. I sent you the email. I'm finished. It's an ongoing process because things change. It's building up WhatsApp networks. So it's a really slow process, but it has to keep going. And now that the fishermen are catching more fish, they're saying, when can we open the fishery? When can we start catching the fish again? And now it's a process of saying, okay, we're going to do the reassessment, and then we're going to see if we can open the fishery again. But making sure that we keep those protected areas intact and making sure that we support those protected areas, because those protected areas are our money in the bank. We can catch the interest, but we've got to protect the money in the bank. We've got to protect our investment. And that's what the MPAs are all about. And Cloverly is going to tell us more about marine protected areas later this afternoon.
Thank you so much. Patience, consistency, and just getting going at it. There's an associated question. You've given us a timeline going back years back. So the question is from Fuzi Grai. It says, what IUCN categories were considered, and has that been consistent over the study period? How did you get to your decisions about threat status and so on?
I think that's an important question, and it talks to some of the heart of why it's so difficult to use the IUCN categories for a fishery and for a fish species, because often it's really hard to build the two together. So in fisheries management, there are certain characteristics, there's certain ways we measure fish stock sizes. We talk about them as fish stocks, which is probably wrong. We should talk about them as animals, but there's a way we measure. So you look at how many fish are breeding, how many new fish are coming into the fishery. So fisheries management is a very complicated process. The IUCN has all of their categories that you all know about, which is a very clearly defined process of moving from extinct to critically endangered, whichever way we're going to go. And trying to put the two together is not easy, because often the IUCN categories don't naturally fit fisheries categories. So it's been a difficult process, but it's basically the way we measure fisheries and stock abundance and the state of a fishery has got its methodology. The way you measure a species, be it a tree or a plant or a whatever it is, an elephant has got for terrestrial species. And we're trying to find a common ground, which is where we're using the IUCN categories, we're using the best knowledge we have from the fishery to find a way of equating the two methodologies. It's not easy, but the answer is that we use consistency on both sides so that we were comparing the same set of numbers with the same set of numbers over time.
Index.
Thank you so much, colleagues. We didn't get to all the questions, so I'm going to ask the speakers to please go to the Q&A where possible. Please do respond, and I will try to pull the questions that we didn't get to and address them at a later period. But thanks to all the speakers for amazing work in your NGOs and for coming to this platform and sharing it. And thanks to the participants for a very engaging Q&A session. Thank you so much. We are now headed towards lunch, colleagues. We are gonna break now and come back at 12:45. When we come back at 12:45, Dr. Farai Terarai is gonna be taking us through the next session. Thank you for your participation. Thank you for the talks. Thank you for the session. Thank you, colleagues.
Hello.
Yes, we are on a break. We're on a lunch break from 12:30 to 12:45.
It's not a lunch break yet. Lunch break is later, but it's a break.
I'm hungry.
For 15 minutes.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I just want to check that we are back and that we can start. I hope that you can all hear me clearly. Yes, thank you. I can see thumbs up. All right, colleagues, good afternoon. And it's been quite a journey. We have, until this point, covered a very inspiring introduction, kind of setting the scene. We have covered the sustainable use. We have also covered the contribution of NGOs to species recovery. Some really inspiring stories of hope that we have heard from there. And I would like to move on now to the planning session. And I would like to appeal to all the presenters to please stick to the time. When you see my video popping up, you know that you should be concluding. I wouldn't want us to eat into other people's time, because ultimately that will eat into our lunchtime. So this session stands between now and lunchtime, and I don't want us to delay going to that. And I'm sure that it will be well deserved back at that point. So the next speaker then on our agenda under the planning session is Lauren Weller. I hope, is it Weller or Weller? I don't know if I pronounced that correctly. But she is going to speak to us about IUCN Conservation Planning, specialist group, planning support for species recovery. So Lauren, over to you.
Thank you so much. Can you just confirm that you can see my screen?
Yes.
Okay?
You can see the slides in full presentation mode, so perfectly fine. You're good to go.
Thank you so much, Farai. Well, thank you so much for the opportunity to talk to you today. And today I want to talk to you about the IUCN Conservation Planning Specialist Group. Judy actually touched on it a little bit in her talk when she spoke about the Assess Plan Act and the planning support that the Conservation Planning Specialist Group has provided. And for those of you who aren't aware of the Conservation Planning Specialist Group, let me just take us back a little bit to talk about the commissions in the IUCN. So as some of you may or may not know, we have 6 commissions, and the most populous of that in terms of number of members is the Species Survival Commission. And the Species Survival Commission is a science-based network of more than 11,000 volunteer experts from just about every country in the world, and they're all working together to achieve this vision of a just world that values and conserves nature through positive action to reduce the loss of diversity on Earth. And its mission from the IUCN is to influence and encourage and assist societies throughout the world to conserve the integrity of biodiversity and ensure that the use of species is equitable and sustainable. So how does the Species Survival Commission do this? And this is achieved through the provision of knowledge on status and trends. And again, many of you in the room would be involved in red list assessments. Tilla spoke brilliantly this morning about the assessments that have been done. BirdLife are busy with the bird red listing assessment. So really many of you involved in the assess part of this conservation cycle. The SSC also develops policies and guidelines, facilitates conservation planning, and it really tries to be a catalyzing action for on the ground and in the water. And the SSC is comprised of a number of different groups throughout the world, through red list authorities, task forces, and so on, but also specialist groups. And specialist groups are split into two different groupings themselves. Firstly, there are the species specialist groups, and there are literally hundreds of species experts that are split into specialist groups that are working with countries, governments, NGOs, to provide scientific support for the conservation of these species. But there's also the cross-cutting specialist groups like the climate change, conservation genetics, translocation, human-wildlife conflict, and coexistence. And you can see more of them on the slide there. And what I'd like to talk to you today is the conservation planning specialist group. So what is CPSG all about? So CPSG's mission is to save threatened species by increasing the effectiveness of conservation efforts. And the mantra that we have is each species that needs a plan is covered by an effective and implemented plan. And I'm sure many of you have been involved in planning processes where they're just on the shelf and they're not being implemented. And really the intention is to provide planning support so that these plans are effective and implemented. And really CPSG is a support service. We support governments, NGOs, wildlife agencies, zoos and aquarium, and so on, to develop collaborative species or area-based conservation plans. So how does CPSG do this? So we have 12 what we call regional resource centers throughout the world. I'm with the Southern and East Africa Regional Resource Center. We need to update that map. And this is hosted by the Endangered Wildlife Trust. And really, these regional resource centers serve as local representatives of CPSG, connected to the local conservation community, aware of local considerations, and providing local knowledge of needs and opportunities. And also what we need to do is develop a team trained to implement these activities. We serve as organizers of workshops such as PHVAs. So those are planning processes that include a modeling component where we evaluate the extinction risk of a species and take that into account and then have a look at what management options would have the greatest impact. So those are called PHVAs, also involved in single and multi-species planning, ex situ assessments, guiding how the ex situ community can best support conservation in the wild, and other activities that they're involved in, and generally just supporting conservation planning efforts in the region, and assisting bringing people together to develop this collaborative conservation action. And that's what we've been hearing so much about today is the collaborative nature of what's required to achieve this massive task that we have to recover the species that are in need of recovery. And we'd also like to try to be focal point for raising funds. So just helping organizations to generate the funding required to run these planning processes. And we adhere to various planning principles and steps. And we have this set out in a really nice document. If you're interested in reading up on that, please do contact me or put a note in the chat and I'll share it. But these principles are around ensuring that we have well-designed and executed species conservation planning that adheres to these principles, and that it really improves existing efforts and stimulates greater collaboration and resourcing. So it's planning to act, plan right from the beginning. You're planning with the intention to act, promoting inclusive participation, using sound science, ensuring good design and neutral facilitation, which is really key, reaching decisions through consensus, generating and sharing the products quickly, and adapting to changing circumstances. And we've seen that conservation action works. Judy inspired all of us before the break, just that we know that conservation action works. And I'd really encourage you to read this recent paper. It's a multi species study that took place. They had a look at 186 case studies, and we're able to show that conservation action improved the biodiversity status or slowed the decline of the species or the areas in which the studies were targeted. And it also showed that species-targeted interventions are particularly effective. And that's what we're all trying to discuss today as a team is how do we recover? What do we need to do to recover species? Another paper that's well worth reading is just to show how important collaborative conservation planning has such a major a role in the success of recovering species. So this study looked at 35 case studies and over a 10-year period, and you can see that when planning started, it after 10 years changed the trajectory of the species, and they were able to start recovering. So just to give a quick snapshot of what the CPSG has been involved in over the last few years. So we've done 18 population viability analysis and conservation action plans. So as I mentioned earlier, those PVAs are really working with experts to look at the data available and to look at the extinction risk of a species, and then using that data, trying to identify various management scenarios that would be best suited to support the recovery of the species. There's also been a number of conservation action plans that have been developed. So these are conservation plans just without the modeling component. There's been disease risk assessments, assessments to assess whether the effectivity for a species translocation and reintroduction plans as well. And then just to give you some insights into what we're busy with currently in 2024. So we're supporting the IUCN Pangolin Specialist Group to develop a regional conservation action plan. So this is a planning process where we are targeting stakeholders in 9 countries in Southern Africa to develop a planning framework for the Temminck's and the white-bellied pangolin. Also, looking to support work with the Indian Ocean humpback dolphin. We were approached by a consortium of dolphin experts who are particularly worried about this species and who would like to eventually work to a BMP. We're also with a blue crane and wattled crane, and both of those plans, or actually all 3 of those plans, have a PVA component, which will feed into the conservation action plan. And also just to make a note here that these are plans that are completed, and the processes are done in collaboration with the government departments and DFFE. It's really important that government is involved and supported, and all the relevant stakeholders are involved. And CPSG is able to adapt their product to the country needs. Lucy Kemp, who we'll be hearing about a little bit later, has been very involved in the Southern Ground hornbill work. So she's been leading on this work. South Africa published their BMP last year. Namibia, their plan is going through the final government processes, and there's a draft out for comment in Botswana. And then BirdLife has asked for a regional planning process. And so that's on the cards for early 2026. And then we're also busy planning for a multi-stakeholder planning process for greying crown cranes, but within a targeted area, which is in Lake Olbolasat in Kenya. So that gives you an idea of some of the products that we're involved in, species specific, also area, and also at regional level. So this is the support that CPSG provides. So single species planning, multi-species planning, the ex situ conservation assessment, wildlife disease risk analysis, population modeling, and really want to invest and support in capacity development. And so if any of you are are interested in that, please do reach out. And we also provide training in how to facilitate these processes, both online and in person. And I would love to, if there's sufficient interest, to be able to organize a in-person training for this work. But we also have longer term mentoring to further build competency and also confidence in facilitating these processes. And just to give you a quick snapshot of training that we've provided for people in South Africa. So just over 50 people have been trained in the facilitating for species conservation planning, across the board from NGO governments and a few other organizations. And that formal development path where we have a more intensive mentoring process. We've had 3 people complete that. And then 1 person complete that, the technical side from the modeling. And well, they're in the process, as well as 1 person who's on the facilitation side. And then, yeah, just to bring us back to where Tilla started us off today, really. She highlighted just the huge need. She's been working with a number of you in the room, the National Species Specialist Group and other experts, just trying to get a sense of what the need is to try and address the recovery for species in South Africa. And we're working really closely with Tilla and the National Species Specialist Group, just to identify where we can add support and value, ultimately to scale up the conservation planning in the country, because the need is so great. And yeah, thank you so much for listening and so much for your time. And please do reach out if you'd like to discuss more about the capacity building and planning that CPSG can support you with. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Lauren. Great work there. I can see that the Conservation Planning Specialist group has been very busy. And thanks for sticking to your time. I really appreciate that. We will not take any questions now. We'll move right into the next presentation, and that will be by Lucy Kemp, and she's going to be talking about ground hornbills. Over to you, Lucy. Is Lucy here?
I don't see Lucy in the room, except if she's booked, under another name, but else we will have to. I'm sorry, we have to then move over to Ishmael. I don't see her in the room.
Yeah, okay. Thanks very much. So Ishmael, you ready? Ishmael is going to be talking about developing priorities for plant species recovery in South Africa.
Okay.
Great, I can hear you.
Yeah, sorry, caught me off guard there for a minute. Let me just get my presentation open.
Great, okay. Right, in the interim, I don't see any questions in the Q&A. I just want to encourage all of us, when you're typing in a question, please put it in the Q&A. It makes it a lot easier instead of moving in between the chat box and the Q&A. So if you've got any question for Lauren, please put it in the Q&A.
Okay, how are we doing?
Okay, you haven't shared it yet.
Share screen.
Yeah.
There we go.
Great, looks good. Let's move.
Okay. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So I'm Ishmael, and I work for SANBI on a program called the Custodians of Rare and Endangered Wildflowers, the CREW program, and we involve citizen scientists to monitor threatened plant species. Okay, so today I'm going to be talking about just our process of developing priority species for plant recovery, and just sharing some case study examples of work that we've already been involved in. there we go. Yeah, so I think this has been mentioned a few times today, so I'm not going to dwell too much on this. But basically, we all know that now species recovery is one of the important global priorities, and in the GBF in Target 4. So it's really looking at for the next up until 2030, really focusing on trying to halt that human-induced extinctions, and doing species recovery work is one of the ways that we can do that. So I'm not going to mention Target 4. I think it's been Tilla mentioned this morning, and Lauren also mentioned it in the presentation before. So just to give you an example of one of the type of species that needs recovery. So this is Proteodorata. It's a species that declined from 4 subpopulations, and there's only 1 population left. And there is existing recovery work happening on this particular species. But, unfortunately, we have many species that are in this very similar situation where their populations have declined quite rapidly, and to a point where, there's only a few individuals, only 1 locality left. So fortunately we have a very good history of red list assessments, and we have conducted comprehensive assessments for all our taxa, for our plant taxa. And this is an ongoing process, and through doing the red list assessments, we also collate and collect valuable information about the populations, they decline, and that information we can actually use that for prioritization. So just to give you just a summary of the red list assessment. So there's basically 4 criteria that we use, and when we assess a species, we look at what the population. So in criteria A, we look at the population reduction, and there are quantitative thresholds that kind of measure how threatened the species is. So if it's lost more than 80% of its populations, or individuals within the population, then it's listed as critically endangered. So when we're doing an assessment, we actually have all that information available when we assessing a species. Then criterion B looks at the restricted range, and they also quantitative thresholds for that criterion. Criterion C looks at the small population size, so that's just looking at the number of individuals. And criterion B focuses on very small population sizes. So when we're doing red list assessments, we have all this information available. But the problem is that with the plants, we have over 560 critically endangered species. So that's the highest category of threat. And so those are species that are all in need of conservation intervention. But 560 is a large number to work with. And so we've had to think about how do we prioritize those critically endangered species into ones that are really in trouble and that are going to disappear within the next 5 years if no interventions are done. And so just thinking about, we had that information available in the red list, assessment, in the red list database. So all the assessment categories, they all represent information. So if a species is listed as critically endangered under the A, B, C, and D criteria, we have information about the population, about the decline, how many individuals are there, and what the size of the range is. And so we use that information from the red list database to basically rank the importance of by using the assessment and the subcategories of the assessment. So we've looked at those assessment and ranked them in order of priority. And then we went through the red list database, and Tony Rabello wrote a script that would just like kind of rank those species based on what the red list assessment was. So when we first did this, we had in 2022, we had 262 species that came out as top priority. And we've just gone through using the new red list that was the red list that was updated in the beginning of the year in 2024. So this is the interim list that we're working with now. We're still busy trying to automate the system so that every time there's a red list update, we can run this prioritization so that it pops up a list of our top priority species that in need of recovery. And so currently we have in the new list there's 293 species. So this is also, it's not over 500 species, but it's also still a lot of 262 species. There's a lot to do recovery work on. And so what we've also done to further narrow down the list of species that we are able to work on, we developed a decision tree just to look at some key bits of information about the species that will allow us to do restoration work. So we basically want to do restoration work on species where they have populations in a protected area. We have enough information. We know how to grow them, and it would be a successful reintroduction. And obviously we want to make sure that for the other species that we don't, for example, have information for, that we have interventions that go run parallel with the recovery work that we're doing. So we developed this decision tree and we ran through all the species. And then that basically allowed us, and this is just to show you like kind of closer up, because that text was quite small. So there's just the first part of it where we look at the ranking. If it's a priority one, we follow on to the next question, look at the urgency and the rate of decline. If it's yes, we go further to the next step. And so running through this, we basically have three kind of scenarios where either population, just the plant population needs recovery in the field. So the habitat is still intact, but the plant population has been has declined, and so we need to just restore the population in the field. And so then and the other type is where the habitat requires some kind of management interventions. So the species that occurs there, the numbers and the population might be fine, but the habitat is in a bad condition, or there's aliens or things like that, where just site management needs to happen for us to recover that species. And then the other scenarios where the habitat and the population requires work and recovery interventions. And so what the decision tree has allowed us to do is to kind of create these baskets of species that we can apply certain interventions to. So this is our kind of 5 baskets of species. So the one is monitoring required. So those are species that we don't know enough. We don't have recent information about how the populations are doing. And so those will be prioritized by the CREW program to go out and monitor those species. Then we have the sites that requires protection. So either through stewardship or through protection area expansion. And these are species that's mostly, oh no. So these are species that require stewardship or protection. Then we have the basket that requires propagation research. So we might have material and the field populations, but we don't have enough information about how to grow the species. And then priority seed collections, and then species that have all these things that are suitable for recovery projects that we can actually start. So I just want to quickly go through a couple of case studies. So probably the most famous recovery project has been for Erica verticillata. So this species was once extinct in the wild. It was once, it was once common on the Cape Flats between Rondebosch and Grassy Park. It's now listed as extinct in the wild. Material.
I'm afraid that Ishmael fell out of the room. He lost his connection.
Yeah, I suspect his computer might have restarted. There was a pop-up on his screen. Can we perhaps take a question for Lauren while we wait for him to return, instead of moving to another presentation? We take one question, right? Lauren, there's a question for you in the chat box. To what degree have you incorporated the concept of small-scale quick turnover, but rather sustainable approaches rather than broad, more expensive approaches? I'm sure you understand what the question is asking.
Super, thanks. Yes, and that's a great question, and I think what's really important to know and to understand with the planning processes that we support is that each planning process is very different. We don't come in with a recipe of how a planning process should be undertaken. We work with the local team and understand what their needs are, what the needs of the species are, and the stakeholders, and we design a planning process that's tailor fit to that. So it's very much done in collaboration with a local planning team, and there's no kind of pre thought of recipe or kind of that we impose on a planning team. It's very much done in collaboration with the group, and some of the planning processes are quite small. It's not necessarily full species range or massive multi-stakeholder workshops. Some of them really are quite small, and dealing with certain nuances around what species require. So I hope that answers the question.
Thank you very much, Lauren. That was the only question that I could see in the chat box. Is Ishmael back? Doesn't sound like. Does anyone else have a question? If not, we're going to, if it takes another 30 seconds to a minute before Ishmael comes back, we might have to switch to another presentation so that we don't waste time.
Lucy is in the room, so if you want to, then she can proceed.
Yes, yeah. Lucy, I see that you're here now. Perhaps we can take you, then we can finish off the last 5 minutes from Ishmael's presentation when he returns. If you share your screen, yes, I can see your screen. It's in full presentation mode.
All right,
Yeah,
great.
okay.
Thanks very much. Sorry for my delay. I had some issues joining, so I'm glad Ishmael was able to jump in on that. So I'm here to talk about the conservation of southern ground hornbills and how we came to the fact that it is basically science and community which is going to be driving how we go forward with ground hornbill conservation. All of our work has come through a number of conservation planning processes. There was a PHVA done in 2005 and then a follow-up done about 10 years later. And then we went through the BMP process. So these birds have had a number of really extensive shareholder, stakeholder collaboration in terms of planning how we do our conservation. Not sure why my slides weren't skipping ahead. So I'm presenting today both as the lead for the Mabula Ground Hornbill Project, but also as the chair for the Southern Ground Hornbill Action Group and co-chair for the Hornbill Specialist Group for Africa. The most important thing for this species is that there's nothing that we can do as a single NGO, and that whole stakeholder collaboration thing is so important. Ground hornbills are an incredibly difficult species, and without having the collaboration of the whole range from in to ex situ and a huge number of academic institutes, we wouldn't be able to achieve anything for the work that we do. This is just an indication of what we were dealing with. Blue is what we had, yellow is what we've got. And so you can see highly fragmented populations outside of our core protected areas, and a big focus on communal grazing areas as a primary focus for conservation. And so our entire focus is now beyond the borders of protected areas. And so this is what a common ground hornbill habitat would look like. Yes, we're all used to seeing them in the Kruger National Park, but actually this is what their normal is. There are a few things about their biology that had to be taken into account with the conservation planning. One is their complex social structure. So you've got an alpha pair, and all of the rest of the group are male helpers. So there's a population skew, and without ability to disperse, youngsters are not able to go out and start their own groups. So it really is a key thing to maintain the full structure of the groups when we're thinking about the conservation rather than just individuals. We are seeing some weird things in the population. We are starting to find blue males, which are males with female coloration, and we don't fully understand why this is and how this affects the demography. So this is something that's under review at the moment. The other key thing to think about in terms of their conservation is that they're highly territorial. So all of the conservation needs to be done at a territory by territory scale. Young females disperse usually before they're even a year old, and they have to try and hack it alone until breeding age when they're about 10 years old. And they move more than 4 territories from home. Whether the young males disperse whenever they feel like it, basically, and they generally move next door. So all of the conservation needs to be thought of at a territory scale. And then obviously the problem, which is largely us, most of the threats are anthropogenic, but a lot of that is just also the incredibly slow breeding structure, which really makes it quite hard for them to breed in the face of all these challenges. So some of the key factors that we face are loss of nests, trade, persecution, electrocution. We unfortunately lost a bird last week to electrocution, secondary poisoning, and lead toxicosis. And then you couple all of those threats with this incredibly long life history strategy. They live until they're 70. Their maximum production is 1 chick per group. They reach sexual maturity really late. They need these huge areas. And also what the other most important thing to know about the species is this extensive learning phase. They really need to be taught, the youngsters, the juveniles need to be taught everything that they know during those vital first 5 years, basically, before they're ready to go on and be fully functional ground hornbills with all the bush skills that they need. And then, basically, if we can get them to 5 and we can get away from all of the anthropogenic threats, then, there's every chance that they should continue living and breeding until they're 50. So the big picture is really to slow and then reverse the decline, and that was the key outcome. And so to do that, we have to protect what we have. We have to fix the threats that they face, and we have to try and put them back where they've already been lost. For us as a project, we have a few additional layers. We would like to be a launch pad for young African conservationists. We would like to make sure that all of the wins and the losses we can share with other range states. It's taken us a long time to develop these conservation techniques. And so part of what we're trying to do is ensure that each range state has a conservation action plan, but also that we're able to sort of jumpstart them along their journey to the conservation. And then because ground hornbills are a flagship species, anything that we can fix in their territory, be it lead toxicosis, reduction of poisoning, is a win for all other species that share that 100 square kilometers of land. So through the conservation action plan, and we sort of fine-tuned how we work to 3 multidisciplinary pillars. One is monitoring to figure out what we have, mitigation to try and fix the problems, restoration in terms of putting hornbills back into areas where they've been lost, but also trying to restore areas to make sure that they're more acceptable and safe for them to move into. working with each and every community that shares the land with these species. And by community, we mean hunting community, farming communities, rural communities, schools that's where the children come from far and are able to report. It really is anyone and everyone who shares the land with these birds. Research, trying to make sure that everything we do is based on sound science, and then improve to try and make sure we can benchmark ourselves against other projects, and that we're constantly trying to make things better for both our team and for these birds. So the monitoring, we have set up a really cool strategy which has been working incredibly well. And that's simply using WhatsApp groups to try and extend the reach of citizen scientists. Traditionally it would have just been traditional birders, but we found that they don't necessarily cover all the areas where ground hornbills exist. And so we're able to get a huge amount of information from across Southern Africa about where these birds are. And we work on a color coding system. And so because they're so naturally low density occurring, even if a family group is missed for 1 or 2 years, that's okay. As long as they're spotted again, because they're resident on their territory. It's only when they haven't been seen for 3 years that we need to start thinking about, do we need to go in and see what's happening? Is it just that we don't have enough reporting, or is there something going on within the landscape? And so across South Africa, we're able to monitor then at a national scale. And we're coming to the end of our first 4-year monitoring period now, at the end of June. And we'll be able to produce a map for South Africa, which shows which areas are still good, where there's breeding groups, areas where maybe we need to put in a little effort, and things like the big red block, we really need to go and understand what's happening there, and then try and do restoration if that is possible. Because of the photographs that often accompany these sightings, we're able to assess juvenile mortality at a group level. We're able to assess juvenile survival. So even this youngster's eating a silly meal, we know he's made it to this age at least. And we're able to assess habitat use and different behaviors. And so we get a much better understanding of the species from each and every one of these sightings that comes through to us, deep in the mealies at the foothills of the Drakensberg. In terms of mitigation, there's some things we simply can't mitigate for. This female, unfortunately, had an altercation with a porcupine, and she did not make it. But there are some things that we can do things for. So this bird is showing classic signs of lead toxicosis. And this is one of the biggest threats facing our reintroduction program at the moment. So you can see that bird is absolutely unable to support itself, protect itself. And so any scavenger that would have come along would have taken that bird out if we hadn't got to it first. And so here's a clear indication of some lead, spent lead ammunition scraps in the gut of a ground hornbill. This bird was able to survive, but this is really the biggest challenge to the conservation of the species. Then there's provision of artificial nests, and these are working really well. So that's something, that's kind of low-hanging fruit for us to put out in areas where we have lost a lot of the big trees that they need for nesting. In terms of restoration, we take the redundant second hatch chick from wild nests and use that as stock for reintroduction. So they reared at a specialized rearing center. From there, they go into what we call bush schools, where they learn their bush experience before they themselves go on to start a new group of their own. This is some of last year's batch, and this is one of our reintroductions from last year where the birds thankfully stayed in the area that we put them, because they have no respect for fences, but also spent a lot of time and interest around the nest. So although they didn't breed, they've definitely focused on the nest. And so, we're hoping for good things in the years to come. Then in terms of education, really just trying to get the word out about these birds. People who visit Kruger often know them well. People who live with them know them well, but don't necessarily know the conservation context. And so that's the basis of a lot of the education work. In terms of research, a lot of key knowledge gaps came out in both the BMP and the PHVA conservation action process, and we're slowly starting to chip away at those. So we've got a good understanding of cognition, a lot of good understanding on some of the veterinary challenges about the species. quite a lot about the physiology and ecology, and we're starting to publish more of the conservation action work now. And so in terms of the actual conservation action planning, you know, we've got our biodiversity management plan for South Africa, but we've also supported Zimbabwe to pull together what we called a starter pack conservation action plan, because at that stage they had very little knowledge about the species in their country. And so that has instigated a countrywide monitoring plan, which is going really well. And they're looking now to take the next steps towards actually formulating their own conservation action plan. We've then also gone to Namibia and did a conservation plan for them, and also for Botswana. Both of these are under review. Namibia, it's sitting on the desk of the minister, so we're hoping to get that one through hopefully in the next 2 weeks. But for me, the key focus of the Namibia group was because of the way the species needs to live with the people that it shares its territory with. We felt it was incredibly important to have the community as part of the conservation action process. So not an action in the conservation action plan, you know, often that is the case, engage community action item 5.3.1. And so we went village to village and really got a really good understanding from people on the ground about what it was that they were facing, what they thought the problem was, and what they thought the solutions could be. And so we essentially did that mini process and then took that to the big, you know, government NGO workshop that we conducted in Kintima. And I do feel this is by far the strongest conservation action plan we have for the species because of that input and those interactions. So, you know, certainly, you know, going forward, I'd love to see more of that happening in conservation action planning. So just a little video to show you how much help these birds need. So that's a new fledge falling out into the world to start its life. So I'd like to thank you very much for your time. And if anyone has any questions about ground hornbills, welcome to reach out. Thank you.
Amazing stuff. Thanks very much, Lucy. Great stuff. Thank you for keeping to your time. I want us to, I'm just watching the questions as they are popping through, and there's quite a few for you, Lauren, but what I'll do is that I'll go back to Ishmael to do the last 5 minutes of his presentation, and then I'll come back to the questions. Ishmael, are you ready? Can I at least hear your voice as you... If not...
He is in the room.
Yeah. Okay, while Ishmael is getting ready, I will try and save us some time. I will go back. Okay, Ishmael, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, let's see your presentation. You share. Right.
Okay, can you see my presentation?
Perfect. You've got 5 minutes to conclude.
Okay, cool.
Yes.
Thank you very much. So I just wanted to share some quick case studies. Okay, so Erica verticillata. So this species was listed as extinct in the wild. Various clones have been sourced from botanical gardens across the world and has been propagated and reintroduced to a few sites on the Cape Flats. It's now well established at 3 sites and being managed effectively. And so once the appropriate recruitment takes place, the species can be downlisted from extinct in the wild to perhaps critically endangered. And then another project that we've been working on is on Melismodus undulata. So this species declined from over 300 plants in the 1980s to about 3 plants in 2018. We got funding to do a recovery project on the species. We also supported the municipality to update the management plan of the site. Seeds were sourced for restoration from the MSP in Kew. Our first attempt, we only had 6 seedlings that germinated from our seeds, but then we used those 6 plants to bulk up the population. And subsequently, we've now found 3 more new plants that was on the site. And so we've also been taking seed and material from those 3 plants. And so in 2024, we did our first reintroduction to the site. So we planted 86 plants in 2023, sorry. And then we are producing more plants and preparing for another planting in 2024. So hopefully this time we'll have about 200 plants that we can take back to the site. And then also as part of the project, we developed materials to create awareness about the importance of the site for the surrounding community that lives in close to the site. And then we've also been involved in like site management, so alien clearing and litter cleanups, and obviously doing some restoration planting at the site. And then the crew programs also like heading into another phase where we are trying to work on species recovery and also thinking about the model of getting our citizen scientists involved in the recovery work. And so last year we started looking at the species that needed recovery work and started collecting seeds and developing the ex situ collections for those plants. So in total last year we collected 21 threatened plant collections, and 7 of those were from our top priority list. And then another really good project that's been happening at Kirstenbosch by some of the horticulturists at Kirstenbosch Botanical Gardens. So this is for a medicinal tree that occurs in Limpopo, Brackenregia sanguibarica. So it's threatened by harvesting for medicinal purposes. And this was a really interesting project because it really focused on looking at innovative techniques of growing species. So not much was known about the propagation required for growing this particular species. And so we had this project to look at different techniques and conducting germination trials. So we could actually produce more plants that could go back into the wild eventually. And then also what's really nice is as part of the project, they shared information with the communities and with people that was using the plants for medicine to just share their findings on the propagation and the propagation techniques that they've used. So that's just a few pictures of the project. So they used various techniques from air layering to grafting onto different rootstocks. And this has been a very successful project. And now we have a growing protocol for this particular species. Okay, so just 2 points that I want to make at the end is that these recovery projects really take time, just in our experience of working with these projects. So they're at least 5 to 10 year projects to effectively recover species in the wild. And then the partnerships that we work on is really critical for successful reintroduction. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Ishmael. Interesting. I mean, I think one of the messages that's consistently coming across is that the recovery of these species take a long time. And so we're better off not contributing or driving these extinctions because recovery takes such a long time, All right. I've got some 6 minutes to take questions. And so I'm going to go through the questions that are in the Q&A. So the first question there we have already answered. The second question is from Becca. It says, thank you, Judy. Let's hope gradually they too will begin to come back. I just feel we need to start teaching basic conservation at early childhood in primary schools, so that we can address a mindset change to humanity. Conservation and restoration should be our second nature. We have a duty of care to nature. Thanks once more. Okay, so that's more like a comment. Then Arista says, hi Ishmael, thank you for a great talk as always. Have you followed the decision tree per region or province? So do you have different branches or groups focusing on different species? I see that Ishmael, you're typing, but I'm sure it could benefit everyone else if you could verbalize your response.
Yeah, so the decision tree focuses on it runs through all the species nationally, but obviously some provinces have more threatened species and more priority species than others. So as usual, the Western Cape has the bulk of the species that's in need of recovery. So in other provinces where there are fewer species, there's perhaps not many priority 1 species, but there are interventions for the other priority 2, for the lower priority species. So the decision tree basically takes that top tier and kind of places them in the different baskets. But there are still like other interventions, like making sure that we have seeds and cuttings available in the ex-situ collections, following up on stewardship, trying to secure those sites in the meantime. So there are various interventions that can happen in parallel with the active recovery work that's been done for the priority 1 species. So this is also something that for the CREW program, we will be engaging our citizen scientists and our volunteers to help us, especially with the monitoring, and then also potentially moving them into a process of helping us with collecting seeds and ex-situ material for these species that occur in the various areas.
Thanks, Ishmael. Last question for you is from Kepley. It says, are there perhaps certain instances where plant reintroductions fail in the wild but succeed in the plant experiment conditions?
Yeah, so we've had, I think with all recovery projects and restoration projects, there are high mortality because you are basically putting the plants there and letting the natural process happen. And so there is a lot of mortality of species, and we've seen that in various projects. But the idea is just to keep going. For example, the Marismodis project, we planted out about 86 plants. There's less than 10 plants that survived the summer, and so we have to do that cycle a few times to be able to get the population up, unless we intervene, like by watering or setting up irrigation, which is not really what we want to do. We want to keep the process as natural as possible. So yeah, there have been failed attempts, but we have to just keep trying.
Yeah. Thanks, Ishmael, and thanks to everyone. They say that biodiversity provides us many, many benefits for free, but not free of care. So colleagues, thanks very much for listening through and participating in the planning session. So the next session would be starting at quarter past 2, sorry. So we're going to have lunch between now and 14:15. And then, of course, come back and Domitila will lead us through that last session of the day. So best wishes and have a great afternoon further. Back to you, host, if there's anything you would like to say before people go for lunch. Otherwise, we're meeting again at 2:15.
Thank you, Farai.
Afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the last session of the South African National Satellite event as we lead to the World Species Congress happening tomorrow. Today, we've heard from our passionate national environmental NGOs working on a range of conserving a range of species and how species recovery is being prioritized. This session focuses on the action being taken for species recovery. Like our previous sessions, I encourage our participants to post questions to our speakers in the Q&A section, and also for our speakers to respond to the questions with us, highlighting a few, as we highlight a few of these at the end of the session. Our first speaker is Sam Ferreira from the South African National Parks, who shall share about the innovations beyond sustainability in South Africa. Over to you, Sam.
Good afternoon, and I trust everybody can see my screen.
Sam, just put it on play from beginning.
Say again?
Just put it on play. That is perfect. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, and good afternoon, and it's a pleasure to talk to you a little bit about some of the activities that agencies like SANParks does in South Africa. And I'm going to focus largely on some examples of large mammals. And I did title it as a reversing the red, or some innovating examples of how South Africa is actually trying to go even beyond sustainability. We'll end there. So yes, we really typically hear about climate change, but there's a range of other drivers that's also affecting what happens to our various species. And I'm going to quickly talk about 3 examples, or actually 4 examples, 1 on fragmentation, 1 on habitat change, and then 2 on non-sustainable and sustainable use. So a good example of fragmentation is the way that we have got lions in South Africa. There's about 3,200 wild lions, with most of them living in Kruger National Park, but a whole bunch are living in small protected areas, probably about 59 of those. And what happens in those small areas is lions don't live in groups anymore because they don't have to defend their territories, and there's no strange males, and they tend to eat up their prey. So what South Africa do is we actually manage that, and we assist the dispersal of mammals between areas, or the lions when they cannot do that. And the reality is this result in a lion metapopulation, which first of all has got about 95% of the participants reporting annually, which is a high level of compliance. And this generates a lion conservation unit of about 850 lions actually in the population, or in a metapopulation, and therefore making quite a significant contribution to the status of lions, certainly in South Africa. But of course, whenever you are talking South Africa or Southern Africa, you tend to hear a lot about elephants, and particularly the dichotomy between the rest of Africa experiencing declining populations, and certainly Southern Africa experiencing increasing populations. And certainly in South Africa, we've got roughly about 44,000 elephants. That was roughly about 2 years ago. So yes, there's healthy, robust elephants in South Africa in particular. But of course, very often these elephants are distributed primarily in large parks, but in smaller places there's up to close to 10,000 elephants in about 90 odd places that are in constrained landscapes. Elephant cannot move freely around. And very often the focus is then on the kind of habitat change that elephants can cause. So in this case, it's not habitat change that is influencing elephants, it's elephants influencing habitat change. And that obviously can have got consequences for other species. The traditional thinking was to simply reduce the number of elephants to deal with any of these changes that elephants are making. But unfortunately, the data that's available over about a 70-year period suggests that it's not a clear relationship between how many elephants you've got and what kind of ecological influences there may be. There can be positives and negatives at any density of elephants. It doesn't mean there's no elephant impact. It's just that the mechanism or the habitat change that it is causing, infecting other species, are not necessarily linked to how many there are. And this is where some of the new understandings come in. That little map of the southern bit of Kruger there, those whole polygons are where elephant home ranges are, and the dark gray areas are localities where we were concerned about what kind of impacts elephants have. And as you can see, the elephants didn't read the plan. What we realize is that elephant impact is localized. It's not necessarily all over the place. It often mismatches the entire landscape where elephants are walking and where the particular impact is taking place. It means that elephant impact is actually about where elephants are spending time, how much time they're spending there, what kind of elephant, a bull elephant versus a cow, set of cows have a very different effect. And much of that is determined by the distribution of food, water, comfort, and safety. It means that we need to think about how we manage elephant landscape use at these various local scales, and certainly that is happening at various scales in South Africa. If I go to the very common threat, which is of course non-sustainable use. So, for example, rhino poaching, which has been probably at the forefront of a lot of South Africa's discussions. And what you see here is some data from the African Rhino Specialist Group, which track what has happened to rhinos from the 1970s to 2022. And yes, there was a substantive decline up to about the mid-1990s, and then there's been an increase, and in the last decade or so, there has been a decline again because of poaching. And by the end of 2022, there were about 23,300 odd rhinos in the wild in Africa and about 1,600 in zoos. But when you look at South Africa, which we dictate a lot, if you just think a little bit about that, the 16,800 odd white rhinos actually comprised of 13,000 odd white rhinos from South Africa. So South Africa's trends played a really important role. One of the challenges is that people tend to think that you should have zero poaching to have a species recovery. In fact, it's not the case. The Rhino Specialist Group reported this graph at the last CITES meeting, which illustrated that you actually get at about 3.5% poaching rate and below, you will tend to get increasing rhino populations. And this is certainly what is busy happening, certainly over the last 2 years, of which South Africa played a big role. There is one very big insight, and that is consistently across the continent, we would tend to see that when we have got rhinos managed in pure state models, they tend to do not as well as what it is in any other kind of model. And very typically that involves partnerships, often with local people, usually with some private or NGO partners that help to overcome some of the challenges. And we suspect that this has got to do with a government partner providing strong governance decisions, a NGO or private partner providing business nimbleness, and of course, a local community or private or landowner partner providing tenure and user rights. And these may be very important elements. But let's now focus on some examples of sustainable use when you are actually quite successful in what you have achieved across the country. So in South Africa, virtually all our large mammals are increasing, and we probably have now got more large mammals in the landscape than what we had 100 years ago. And part of that conservation success realizes then into opportunities and how you can utilize the values that are sitting in various species. And certainly South Africa has got a vibrant wildlife economy. It hinges on 5 pillars around farming, around hunting, around the live game trade, around meat sales, and the various byproducts that goes with it. So this is an important principle of conservation. Very often people tend to think that the use of a species is a requirement to save a species. In fact, it may be the other way around, that if you have achieved conservation successes, it unlocks a whole set of other values that people can utilize, but with respect and with thankfulness of utilizing those values. And certainly in the last few years, there's been some key lessons in the implementation of South Africa's wildlife economy and transforming the wildlife economy from a a position where there were previously lots of people that did not have fair opportunities to participate. It highlighted the importance of a buffering business if you're starting up. It highlighted the importance of partnerships. We've already spoken about it. And it highlighted the importance of a critical mass. You need to have a certain size of land, to have a certain size of population, to be able to actually utilize a diversity of products that it may produce. A key principle is sustainable use that are justifiable, respectful, and thankful. Just like Bushmen of old used to thank a springbok for giving his life so that the Bushman could survive. That's the kind of principles that I think that are very useful for us. But why should this matter? And I've given you 3 examples or 4 examples of what happens when we're dealing with particular threats to biodiversity, and certainly how this can help if you're successful to produce lots of gains for people. And certainly in this graphic that you see here, we can think about biodiversity as a supply chain providing an ecological infrastructure and ecosystem services. And that's the thriving nature side on the left-hand side. And the classical attributes and threats that we all used to are there, you know, climate change and degradation and extinction and all these sort of things. But we tend to forget in this space that nature or people can't actually really exist without each other. And we tend to forget about the social resilience required. And when you look at some of those risks, it involves inequality, distrust, crime, things that are very familiar to several parts of the world, including here in South Africa. But then when you look at those attributes, which is all about access and participation and all these other sort of things, there is enormous scope that the successful conservation, as we've highlighted through the examples that I've briefly run through on mammals, can actually unlock an enormous amount of regenerative enrichment and the thriving nature and people for South Africa. And I think this is what is exciting. And this is very much captured in the recently released white paper on biodiversity conservation and sustainable use. It highlights that link between the well-being of people and nature alike. It's about enhancing biodiversity conservation, enhancing sustainable use, but with those respects and the duty of care towards the various elements of biodiversity that we use. And importantly, fair and equitable access and benefit sharing for all the people of South Africa and who is dependent and who is also appreciative and proud of their national assets. And of course, if we get this right, definitely will result in a transformed conservation and sustainable use. Just to note, have a look at the 5 underpinning principles. Transformation, of course, in a country like South Africa is really important. Sustainable development, when we are a country that needs to develop really good governance, some of the things that we've highlighted, and the evidence-based decision-making, also some of the points that I've highlighted, for example, in the lion example of managing meta-populations. And finally, a duty of care, but the duty of care is not necessarily just to our biodiversity, it's also a duty of care to the well-being of our people that do depend on the biodiversity. This doesn't go without trade-offs. Classically, when you are talking about reversing the red, we will very much focus on the species status, and certainly those are the categories that you're seeing there of how we go from something to being quite okay to being endangered and eventually extinct. On the right-hand side are the things that species do for us. So yes, here we would like to maintain those roles. If the roles are degraded, we would like to restore it. If it's fragmented, like the lion example, we may want to mimic those meta-population dynamics, like moving them around. But we often think in the future, I think the world is going to face this quite a lot, where we may not have some of the species around anymore, but we may have equivalents. So for example, the Western black rhino is locally extinct, but there are several subspecies that we can utilize to introduce them into localities where they can play their socio-ecological roles. So Madam Chair, thank you very much. I hope this provided some guidance and reflection for the colleagues globally on how we are thinking about mammals and how they can contribute to the well-being of South Africans and nature alike. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much for that, Sam. Really thought-provoking ideas coming through. Up next is Albert Chikona from the South African Institute for Aquatic Biodiversity, SIAB, and he's going to be enlightening us about the status of freshwater fish. Over to you.
Yeah,
Right, you can just put it on full display. Thank
Yes.
you. That's all perfect.
Thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues. Yeah, thanks for this opportunity for us to share, some of the work that has been happening or that we've been doing at SIAB to look at the diversity and distribution of freshwater fishes in the country and also within the Southern African region. I'm based at the South African Institute for Aquatic Biodiversity here in Makanda. So the work that I'm presenting is a result of contributions and input from various individuals, some of them that are listed on the slide that you see here, but I'm not going to go too much into detail about that. So just to briefly give you the current state of knowledge of South Africa's freshwater fishes, we currently have about 106 valid species. 66 of these were described over a period that spans almost 2 centuries. But most of these descriptions were done on an ad hoc basis. So there were no dedicated major taxonomic revisions targeting specific families or genera. And the most recent or latest comprehensive revision of South Africa's freshwater fishes was done by Professor Paul Skelton in 1988. And at this time, at this period, the taxonomy of freshwater fishes was generally considered to have been well settled. Distribution ranges of species were thought to have been well known or relatively well known. And most of the species, as you can see in some of the figures that I took from Skelton's work, were thought to have broad distribution ranges. And river captures were highlighted as the dominant role that shaped the distribution patterns of freshwater fishes. This, however, changed with the advent and the application of molecular approaches, which led to the discovery of hidden diversity. And this stimulated renewed interest in taxonomy within South Africa and also within the Southern African region. And following this, discovery or revelation, many studies were initiated at SIAB with collaborators from various institutions within the country. And I'm just going to run through some of the case studies where a number of new species were subsequently discovered and also described. So one of the examples, the first example that I want to show you here is the Eastern Cape redfin, Pseudobarbus effa. If you can look at the map that is at the bottom there, previously thought to be widely distributed throughout the Eastern Cape province, but through the application of integrative taxonomic approaches, using genetics and also detailed morphological examination, we actually found out that this is a complex of 4 distinct species with highly restricted distribution ranges. So we described 2 species and resurrected one of the species. We're currently in the process of describing the 4th species. Another example that I want to also present is, if you look at the slide, all the pictures of the fishes that you're seeing there with all that morphological variation are currently lumped together into a single species, Galaxia zebratus, which is currently considered to have a wide distribution range across the Cape Fold ecoregion in the Eastern Cape and Western Cape province of South Africa. But following the use of molecular approaches, we actually now know that the Cape Galaxias is a complex of about 14 species, and we're in the process of describing these species. So the pattern is also, consistent when we look at even, we move out of the temperate systems in the southern part of the country into the more tropical regions. This case study of Amphilius uranoscopus, the mountain catfish. You can see previously a species with a disjunct distribution separated into a southern population in South Africa and Swaziland, as well as in the eastern highlands of Zimbabwe and Malawi. We applied, integrative taxonomic approaches and described 4 new species, and showing that most of these and all these species have highly restricted distribution ranges, confined to specific river systems. An interesting one is the Enteromias anoplas. If you look at the map there, this previously was the most widely distributed freshwater fish of South Africa, occurring pretty much across all the river systems across the country. But we found and showed, our work showed that Anoplas is endemic to the Horrocks River system in the Western Cape, and there are several new species that we've described, and some are await for more descriptions. The waterbag, we initiated this work in 2022 with collaborators from University of Pretoria and Wits University. The waterbag is actually also emerging to be a previously unrecognized center of endemism for freshwater fishes. I've just presented a few case studies on this slide where we have narrow range endemic lineages that are only restricted to the waterbag region. So many of the new species and lineages that we've identified have very narrow distribution ranges. As you can see, the maps of the galaxies that are shown on the slide, some of these animals, we know them from only a single river system, some from a single locality, some from one small tributary. And as a result of this narrow distribution range, when we did the conservation status assessment, they were ranked, they were listed or listed under highly threatened categories of the IUCN. So why are freshwater fishes of South Africa, threatened? One of the key threats is invasive fish species. It has been identified as one of the major or biggest threats to indigenous fishes of South Africa, and also habitat degradation, pollution, and hydrological modification. As a result of all these multiple impacts, we have cases where some species have actually been pushed to extinction from some of the drainage systems. For example, Chilobarbus capensis, or the whitefish from the Berg River system. It has gone completely, it has been pushed to extinction from the Berg River system. If you look at some of the pictures, many of the species that were historically widely distributed are now highly fragmented, confined to upper catchments that have not been invaded by non-native species or that have not been impacted by pollution. And more than 60% of the endemic species of South Africa are listed under highly threatened categories of the IUCN as either vulnerable, endangered, or critically endangered. What's particularly concerning as well is the fact that the protection level, when we looked at the degree to which the current protected areas protect freshwater species, we looked at 27 taxa, or assessed 27 taxa. We actually found out that 70% of these are not protected, or they are poorly protected, and only 11% are well protected. And this is mainly because the protected areas were established not with a specific aim of protecting freshwater fishes, but to protect unique terrestrial habitats. Also, the fact that invasive species are the major threat to these freshwater species, the protected areas cannot prevent invasion of non-native species into even some of the protected areas. So we looked at some of the possible intervention measures, and I need to really highlight here that there's need for maybe workshops to discuss some of these suggestions with experts, but some of the possible intervention measures are to establish captive breeding programs for highly threatened species, and then later on reintroduce some of these species into dams within their native ranges. We have case studies or examples of Kitia brevis, or the orange fin largemouth from the Inkomat River system. It practically has gone extinct in South Africa. It's now only persisting in one dam Driekopies Dam. And so this is one of the species that's actually on its last legs within the country. Some captive breeding initiatives have been initiated by the conservation authorities in Mpumalanga and have shown that this is actually quite a sustainable and an option that can be considered for this particular species. Another species is Sandilia bainti, the Eastern Cape Rocky, which is endemic to the Eastern Cape province of South Africa, highly impacted by pollution, invasive species. We think that this might have actually been driven to extinction within the Kawi River system. And remnant populations are found in sections of the Great Fish River, the Buffalo River system in the Eastern Cape, and also parts of the Keiskamma. But within this particular species, genetic studies also showed that there are 3 distinct lineages within a species that's currently endangered. So it means that all these isolated lineages are even more threatened compared to, to the broader species itself. So eradication of alien invasive species and construction of barriers to prevent reinvasion. This would work for most of the threatened species in the Cape Fold ecoregion. This has been initiated in the Rondegat, where barriers have been constructed and non-native species were eradicated. And we actually realized that naturally native species have got the capacity to recolonize with minimal input and effort from for them to do so. One of the major challenges is also, excessive pollution of most of our river systems. So there's need for extensive river rehabilitation programs, but this needs to be done in collaboration with key stakeholders, particularly the municipalities, to improve refuse collection and also prevent discharge of effluent into these river systems. There are some species that may require assisted gene flow, particularly the highly fragmented species where rehabilitation of the rivers to re-establish connection is not feasible. So the take-home message here is that the diversity of freshwater fishes in South Africa remains poorly documented. And this is shown by the continued recognition of many species as having broad distribution ranges. And this has got implications for designation of important fish areas or fish sanctuaries, and even assessment of the conservation status of these animals. Because if a species is considered to be widely distributed, it is likely to be evaluated as least concern. So this lack of taxonomic or the taxonomic impediment is actually one of the major challenges, in addition to the environmental challenges that I've identified earlier. So there's need for development of systematic and taxonomic capacity within the country and within the region to speed up the discovery and description of new species. And additional expert input is required to identify appropriate intervention measures for the many threatened species within the country. Okay, it seems my slides are not moving. Okay, so the plans moving forward, we need to increase particularly, south-to-south collaboration with regional partners, particularly within the SADC region, because obviously freshwater fishes do not respect political boundaries. So we need more people in the field. We need to generate reference libraries linked to species identified by taxonomic experts, lodged into natural history museums. And then targeted sampling is required to generate, targeting type localities to generate sequences linked to holotypes, paratypes, and topotypes. And I've mentioned already the need for us to build strong human capacity within the region to speed up the descriptions. So I would like to just acknowledge the many collaborating partners from the institutions, some of them that are shown on the slide. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thanks so much for that, Albert. Indeed, a lot of foundational work happening within the freshwater fish group. Once again, may I remind our participants to please post your questions to our speakers on the chat. And now, in keeping with our aquatic realm, I would like to introduce Jean Tarrant from Anura Africa to discuss the status of our frog species. Over to you, Jean.
Thank you, Savannah. I hope you can all see my screen and hear me.
Just put it on full display, like from start. Thank you. Perfect.
All right, yes, jumping from one freshwater group to another. I am Jean Tarrant with Anura Africa, which is a new startup nonprofit company focused on amphibian conservation in Southern Africa, and also the regional chair for the amphibian specialist group. So I'm going to be talking to you today, really giving you a snapshot of where things stand for amphibian conservation status, both globally and in South Africa. And we're in the fortunate position at the moment where we've just run our red listing process, very fresh, not yet finalized, but it's been very informative for the species recovery work and for today's presentation. So I always feel I need to justify why amphibians are important, but really they are our barometers of environmental health of the planet. They inhabit just about every niche across the planet. They have an amazing diversity of life history and reproductive and behavior strategies. And they're very sensitive to changes in the environment because they depend on both the aquatic and the terrestrial ecosystems during their life cycles. And this makes them very vulnerable to changes in both of those systems, but it also makes them very good indicators of the health of the ecosystems on the planet. And it's really important that we recognize this and invest in the protection of amphibians in order to restore terrestrial and aquatic ecosystems, safeguard this amazing genetic diversity, and also support human well-being, given these important links to freshwater health and ecosystem services. So we've also just come out of the second global amphibian assessment, which has run for the last decade. And this work was published at the end of last year and really summarized very nicely in the State of the World's Amphibians report, which shows us that globally 41% of amphibians are threatened, so in the critically endangered, and vulnerable categories. And this unfortunately makes them at large the most threatened group of vertebrates on the planet. And put a different way, 2 out of every 5 species of amphibian are threatened with extinction. And a number of species are already predicted to have become extinct. They haven't been seen in many, many decades. And this number ranges from between 38 to up to 222, which is really a huge number of species to have gone extinct in a relatively short space of time. Habitat loss is by far the biggest threat to this group, affecting 93% of threatened species. So really a significant impact. And this impact is also the same major threat that we see in South Africa. We're also really starting to recognize the emerging threat of climate change to amphibians. They're obviously very dependent on seasonality and the climate, and changes in the climate can have really severe impacts on species survival and development. So over 8,000 species were assessed as part of the GAA2, and that's almost 3,000 species then that are considered threatened. If we include the near threatened and data deficient, this puts it at nearly 60% species being of some kind of concern. So the GAA1 really showed us that we are experiencing a global amphibian crisis, and now the GAA2 shows us that things are not really improving overall. And so essentially the take-home lesson here is that we need to massively scale up conservation for this group. And certainly this is the case for South Africa as well. So just to show you globally where we sit in terms of amphibian species richness, not bad, given that we're a largely arid country. We have very good species diversity here. We have 135 described species currently, and this rate is going up all the time. We've had 17 new descriptions in the last 20 years. We have very high endemism. Almost 60% of the species that occur in South Africa are restricted to within our borders, and species richness increases towards the east of the country where it's warmer and wetter, but endemism is very, very high in the Western Cape. And that's just a snapshot of some of that diversity of really just a handful of species, but showing you that they really have an amazing range of adaptations and habitats that they inhabit. All right, so over the last 20 years, we've really gotten to quite a good understanding of the status of amphibians in South Africa. And of course, we only have frogs of the amphibian group in South Africa. And so several red listing processes have been undertaken, starting with the Atlas in 2004. And this really has painted a good picture of where things are currently. Another red list process was run in 2010 and then again in 2016. This then informed the National Biodiversity Assessment in 2018. And as mentioned, we've now just literally a month ago run our expert workshop for the most recent updates. So just to give you a couple of examples from the previous 10 years and what came out of the 2016 red list process. We heard earlier from Tebogo about biodiversity management plans and how these are really important as collaborative efforts to implement action for species. So this is the one gazetted plan for a frog species in South Africa. The process started in 2014 and the plan was gazetted by the minister in 2017. And we've just now run the first 5 years of implementation of that plan. 24 stakeholders were involved in that implementation. And overall, the activities are very much on track. 65% of activities are on track, 17 are complete, 12% are planned, and 6% have some minor issues. And I think that just demonstrates that having this kind of plan to guide actions is a very effective way of doing it. It's also helped to spearhead formal protection of habitat for this endangered species. And really the objective of the plan is to downgrade the threat status of the species over time. And we're currently in the process of developing the next 5-year plan in partnership with the department and all of the partners that have been involved so far, and hopefully many more to add on to that. So just to give you a bit of detail on where we are with the current assessments. So in the background, the process has actually been running for almost 2 years already. We've been looking at drawing down all of the occurrence data, and this has generated over 150,000 records for the region, not just South Africa. And this included 333 species, which we narrowed down to 246 for those species that have 40% or more of their range within the region. Of these, 102 were priority species, so those that were threatened or not yet evaluated or data deficient. And we had 20 people participating in our expert workshop in April. And it was really wonderful to have the input from everybody there. From the initial snapshot of what's come out of the workshop, we've had over 40% of species have had category changes. So that's quite significant. A lot of that is due to actually a change in methodology of looking at EOO and AOO distribution. But the good thing is that we've managed to assess all of the species that were not evaluated in the previous round. So this just gives you an idea since the 2010 assessments of those changes in category. So you can see between 2016 and 2024, we've had a slight drop in number of species that are considered critically endangered, but a significant increase in those that are endangered and vulnerable, a drop in the near threatens, and the data deficients, we're down to just 1 for South Africa, which is really great to see that information coming out of the previous assessments has driven work to better understand those species to a level where we're now able to assess them. And we've managed to address all of the not evaluated species and give them a status. Just an example of that, so a data deficient species in the 2016 assessments is the Moonlight Mountain toadlet. We just simply didn't have enough information to give it a full assessment then. You can see the map was a fairly limited distribution, and then through dedicated surveys for the species, you can see that that known distribution has now increased somewhat, and we also have enough information on threats to have been able to give this an assessment of endangered. So that's just an example of how the red list process actually drives understanding more about species we don't know much about. Just briefly to talk about the red list index, overall globally, the red list index is declining, and similarly for South Africa, we now will have a 3rd point to add to this index. But basically, we haven't seen any genuine improvement in red list status for any frog species in the country between the last 2 assessments. So where do we sit currently with the status of South Africa's frogs? 20% fall into those threat categories of critically endangered, or vulnerable. And overall, I guess this is good news compared to the global figure of 41%. And if we include the near threatens, data deficient, and not evaluated species, this goes up slightly to just over 24%. Again, a lot better picture than that almost 60% globally in terms of all of those categories. Again, habitat loss and transformation remain the primary threat to our threatened species. And many of our threatened species have small distributions, and in many cases, most of those, or a lot of those distributions don't occur in any formally protected areas. Protected area expansion and creation has not been driven by where frogs occur. And so there's been a lot of work to try and change that and have dedicated spaces for threatened amphibians declared, with the EWT now driving around 20,000 hectares of formal habitat protection across various provinces. We also have tried to look at climate change in these assessments. And just an example here, looking at some modeling done, the long-toed tree frog, really is potentially going to be impacted by climate change, with between or up to 80% of its localities vulnerable to climate change in the future. Attila mentioned the recovery list, so we're looking at 12 species in need of urgent recovery in the next 5 to 10 years. Not necessarily needing habitat protection, but habitat management. 5 of these have been prioritized for potential ex situ recovery programs. And we really need to improve management and rehabilitation of sites for these species. And by securing these sites, they may not always be the largest sites, but they are very high quality sites, often securing areas that are priorities for water provisioning. And of course, these threatened little frogs also represent many other species that they share these sites with. just an example of habitat management for one of the recovery species, the critically endangered rough musk frog. It's known only from the Klein Swartberg Mountain in the Western Cape. And within a relatively short space of time, this site was very heavily infested with alien pines, which were impacting breeding sites. We managed with Cape Nature and Endangered Wildlife Trust to secure some SOS funding to put in fire breaks and run an ecological burn across the mountain. You can see the difference there between the 2015 and 2022 viewpoint. And I'm pleased to report that the species is recovering in terms of the monitoring of the species, looking at its acoustics and where the species is calling across sites where it occurs. And through this process, we also managed to identify several properties that are willing to engage on biodiversity stewardship. So importantly, how do we scale up these needs for conservation of frogs in South Africa? Tilla showed the numbers earlier, and really it's a relatively small cost compared to some of the other taxa. Of course, we need more financial resources, but I think it's achievable. And yeah, we've got lots of plans to update the strategies based on the new Red List assessments. And we really need to build capacity both for conservation and research, which of course are linked. And it'd be good to do the green status listing as well for our species. So yeah, just to acknowledge all the donors and partners that have been involved in some of this work. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Jean, for the amazing work on frogs and for the recent publication of the Red List assessments for the group. We now move on to the big cats, and I'd like to introduce Gareth Mann, who's representing Panthera, and he's going to be talking about the recovery of leopards.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Lovely to be here, and thanks for the opportunity to present. As mentioned, I work for Panthera, which is an international NGO dedicated to the conservation of wild cats and the vast landscapes on which they depend. And yeah, I'm here today to talk to you about leopards. So leopards in South Africa are a very interesting case of a lot of work that's been done, but often to little effect. There's been probably more, in fact, there has been more research done on leopards in South Africa than any of the other approximately 80 range states in which they occur. But there hasn't been a lot of work that's actually of direct relevance to conservation and management of leopards. The leopards have a number of significant threats. Like many of the species discussed today, they're very vulnerable to habitat loss and fragmentation, but they have a number of additional threats that are quite unique to them. There's legal killing of leopards through trophy hunting. South Africa has a CITES export quota of 150 leopards a year, but there's also a legal process through which they can be euthanized or killed as damage-causing animals in response to livestock depredation. However, there's also illegal killing of leopards. There's intentional poaching to feed the illegal skin trade, as well as traditional markets. Leopards are used by a wide variety of cultural groups, as well as in various traditional medicines, both in Africa and Asia. There's also incidental poaching, leopards getting caught, particularly in snares set for bushmeat. And although there's a legal process for dealing with leopards as damage-causing animals, we suspect that a large proportion of the leopards killed as a result of livestock depredation are actually done without going through the legal process. But there isn't really a lot of knowledge about the severity or the relative severity of these different threats. And indeed, up until the early 2010s, there wasn't a whole lot known about leopard population status and, more importantly, leopard population trend. And what work had been done was severely flawed. There was a study commissioned by the IUCN Cat Specialist Group in the late 80s, published by Martin and de Meulenaar, which estimated South Africa's leopard population at somewhere between 600,000 and 900,000 leopards, which is based on a pretty flawed model, which basically correlated leopard density with rainfall, but didn't take human impact into account. So, for example, it's listed Durban as being fantastic leopard habitat, which it could have been a few hundred years ago, but isn't at the moment. And the outputs of this model, which was heavily criticized at the time of publication, were not really supported by the data gathered before or since. But despite this is still the model that's used to determine CITES export quotas, which often translates into hunting quotas. And there hadn't been much done to try and update this data up until about 10 years ago, and we started to see some pretty significant process. So one of the first of really important studies was published by Lawrence Swanepoel in 2013, which maps out leopard habitat suitability in South Africa. Again, this is habitat suitability. It doesn't necessarily correlate with leopards being there or leopards densities corresponding to habitat suitability. But it was a really important first step. And from that, they were able to derive a population estimate of around about 4,500 leopards. However, the 95% confidence intervals for that estimate were huge, between 2,800 and 11,600 leopards. Which means, for those of you who aren't familiar with the stats, that there's a 95% probability that the true number of leopards falls somewhere in the range between those two numbers, but we can't really say where. So from a management perspective, these large-scale estimates aren't particularly helpful because how we might manage leopards if there's under 3,000 is different to how we might manage them if there's over 11,000 of them across the country. The other issue is that the data on which this map and the population estimates are based was mostly collected during the early 2000s, which is now 10 to 20 years old. Another issue which makes leopards particularly challenging to conserve is that they're very prone to edge effects. So this was a map taken from my PhD research in the Little Karoo. The green areas are nature reserves. The dots indicate GPS fixes from three collared leopards in the area. And as you can see, they roam very widely. They go in and out of the reserves. They cross over numerous private properties, many of which are fenced with 3-meter game fencing. Leopards do not remain within an area. And that means that our conservation strategies for leopard cannot be based purely on protected areas unless they are really large, like the Kruger Park. They're always going to venture into the surrounding landscape. And so it does need to be conservation at a landscape level involving lots of different stakeholders, which is something that we always strive for in conservation, but in practice is a lot more challenging than just being able to put them in a reserve and put up a fence and try and protect that area. Leopards do require a much more holistic landscape level approach. As a result of when the first of non-detrimental funding assessment was done back in 2014, one of the major knowledge gaps identified was the lack of population trend data, and this was something that Panthera was very well positioned to try to address. And because by knowing population trend, rather than just getting snapshots of leopard population status in particular areas, we can start to evaluate the overall trajectory. We didn't really know what was happening to leopards in South Africa. We suspected that they weren't doing well, but didn't have any evidence to really back it up. But also you can look at the influence of management actions and see whether that is reflected in changes in population trend over time. So to do this, we implemented a program of running repeated leopard population surveys at various key sites, which started in 2013, initially in KwaZulu-Natal and Limpopo provinces, and then in 2016 we expanded into Northwest and Mpumalanga as well. We've also run a couple of surveys in the Cape. And this is still ongoing. We've now done close to 200 surveys across over 30 sites in South Africa. Some sites we've been monitoring for well over 10 years now. We typically run about 15 surveys a year, and we get annual population density estimates from a lot of these sites, and this allows us to plot out population trends. So this is the graph from Timbavati, which is just next to Kruger, and you can see the sort of changes in density over time. And we classify all of the photos, not just the leopard photos, all of the data that we get are recorded. So these surveys have provided data for a lot of other studies. For example, density estimates of brown hyenas, lion research. There's been a lot of other work done with these data. We do population density analyses, and then we feed these data back to the landowners in the case of private properties, or the reserve managers and ecologists in the case of provincial or state reserves. And then all of the data and our reports are passed on to SANBI. They run independent analyses, and then those results are passed on to the high-level panel, which is ultimately where decisions around leopard management are made. And so a key part of this is that we try to provide this feedback really quickly. The data don't sit on on our hard drives for 5 years until we put out a scientific paper. These results are presented annually, and so we try to make it as useful for management as possible. And this monitoring framework is unparalleled in leopard range states. There is a similar program underway in Zimbabwe, but I don't think it is as plugged into national management as is the case in South Africa. The major challenge is that there aren't very many other data contributors. The Cape Leopard Trust do surveys in the Western Cape. But aside from that, there isn't a lot. It would be great to have more data fed into the system. But so this is very useful in terms of assessing and managing legal offtake, like trophy hunting, but it doesn't do much to address illegal killing. And the levels and extent of illegal killing is still largely unknown, and there hasn't been a lot of action to address illegal skin trade, human-wildlife conflicts, etc. And so to try and address that, Panthera launched what we call our First for Life program, with the tagline, Preserving Culture, Saving Heritage, which is a demand reduction program aimed at reducing the illegal trade in leopard skins. And this program has largely been targeted at the Nazareth Baptist or the Shembe Church, which has, they claim, 4 million followers. It's predominantly based in KwaZulu-Natal, but they do have congregations all over the country. And why they are of relevance to us as a big cat NGO is that the men wear leopard skin amambatas as part of their regalia for worship. And obviously, the numbers just simply don't add up. If there's 4 million Shembe followers and half of those are men, and there's 4,500 leopards in South Africa, that's a completely unsustainable level of demand. And it becomes even more so when one considers that these leopard skins don't last forever. They start looking a bit tatty after a few years, and typically the members of the church replace them every 5 to 6 years. So this is a huge source of demand for the illegal leopard skin trade, and it's one that we suspect is having an impact not just in South Africa, but quite possibly throughout the Southern African region and possibly even further abroad. So the First for Life program was initiated in 2013, but was really supercharged from 2015 with a partnership with the Peace Parks Foundation. And essentially what we do is we produce high quality cotton-based synthetic or faux furs, which we try to make as realistic in terms of both their look and feel as possible, to the point that we haven't just made up a sort of leopard print that goes on these furs. We've actually digitized 4 genuine leopard pelts from three males and 1 female. And we've incorporated, and we've used this as the basis for our design. We had to have the actual fabric made in China because we just couldn't find a local loom with the capacity to actually make these furs. but everything else is done locally. So we import the main pile fabric, but the cutting, tailoring, etc., is all done locally. And to date, we've distributed over 18,000 of these Mambata, and generally there are 2 Mambata made from each leopard skin, so that's around 9,000 leopards that we think have been saved through this project. And whenever we distribute one of these Mambatas, we ask the recipient to complete a basic, very short questionnaire to get a better understanding of the market. So this is just for the purposes of comparison, the genuine and synthetic, or heritage furs as we call them. And you can see they do look very similar. The main difference is that the heritage furs tend to be a lot neater around the edges than the genuine article. But in terms of coloration, look and feel, they are very similar to the genuine article. And we are constantly looking to improve our design whenever we can. And the program has been successful. There are a number of large Shembe gatherings, and we do surveys at them quite frequently. And we now have found consistently around about 50% of Shembe worshippers are now wearing the heritage furs. We also feel that legal offtake of leopards is probably far closer to sustainable levels as a result of the collaboration or the data that we're providing to government, which is being actually actively incorporated into management. But ultimately, what we want is to see whether leopards are recovering, because that ultimately this is all about improving the status of wild leopard populations. And the picture is complex. So these are data from our surveys in Limpopo. As you can see, some sites have increased, some have declined, some have remained fairly stable. In general, leopards are still declining, but that rate of decline has slowed quite substantially from 8% in 2015 down to 3% as of the end of last year. So that is an improvement, but still cause for concern. And we do think that this decline is largely being driven by illegal killing. Although trophy hunting does tend to take up a lot of oxygen when leopards are discussed, we think that it's a relatively minor contributor compared to legal killing of leopards, which is the major threat. And I think this is just a really good example of how NGOs can usefully contribute to management at scale through producing high quality data and innovative solutions, but also in terms of working with government to produce good outcomes. We obviously present these data to SANBI, but it's up to SANBI to actually take it and act on it, and they have been very, very proactive about doing so. So thank you very much for your time, and I'd just like to also thank our various sponsors and supporters who have funded this work.
Thanks so much for that, Gareth. Without much further ado, we would now like to focus, and actually we know that South Africa is focusing on species recovery in both our land and seascapes. And now I hand over to Cloverly Lawrence from SANParks, who shall share the work happening in our marine protected areas. Over to you, Cloverly.
Thanks very much, Savannah. I hope everybody can see me. Just sharing my screen. Are you able to see that?
Just put it on full display. Play from start.
Okay. Second.
Just say file, and then yes. No. Sorry.
Sorry, I can't see it myself.
Just go to the bottom and go start presentation.
There you go.
There you are. Perfect. Thank you.
I might lose connectivity. I'm sitting here in the garden route, so I might actually have to turn my video off if that happens. Can everybody see? So I'm going to talk to you today about marine protected areas and the special role that they hold in helping protect.
Sorry, it's the wrong page displaying now. There you are. If you can just stay on that and then use the the keys on the computer to progress to the next slide.
Fantastic. So I'm going to talk about marine protected areas as stewards of biodiversity and havens for species recovery, and how they are used as a tool for species conservation in the marine realm. Our marine environment is under a lot of threat and pressure. According to the last National Biodiversity Assessment, 50% of ecosystem types, marine ecosystem types, are threatened. Of the 376 marine taxa assessed, 18% are threatened. And these fall under broad reasons for this, and the main ones being, of course, extractive use, over-harvesting, pollution, oil and gas mining, ports and harbor development, alterations of freshwater inflow, as well as introduction of non-native or alien species that threatens the integrity and vitality of our marine realm. So marine protected areas are basically portions of the ocean that are designated as protection, given protection legally, and they then protect these special areas of concern, and they meet a whole variety of objectives. And unlike the terrestrial realm, the marine protected area, marine realm is fluid. So while we can provide protection for sessile or benthic organisms, our pelagic species and the species that move in and out of this protected area, it's somewhat more tricky to be able to achieve protection of them. However, there are some successes, and we can discuss that. We'll discuss that a little bit further. So they fulfill a whole host of objectives and roles. So by providing refuge for species, they protect habitats, particularly important spawning and aggregating, as well as feeding habitats. This they can promote sustainability of fisheries, often by protecting a portion of the stock or particular life history stages for certain fish, as well as enhancing certain populations that then might restock adjacent unprotected areas. They protect cultural, spiritual, aesthetic values of people, as well as to provide economic and recreational opportunities. So I'm sure many of you have visited a marine protected area. In South Africa, we currently have 42, and that includes the Prince Edward Islands down in the Southern Ocean. And in 2019, our protection status of marine protected areas was increased quite dramatically by the introduction of 20 new protected areas. And this was many years of collaboration, as well as a lot of science and research that informed where these areas should be placed, what proportion of biodiversity they protect, and what they can contribute. So as you can see, it's a network of protection. And the encouraging part is that 33 of the 42 MPAs had specific species protection as one of their key objectives. And those species covered economically important ones, important aesthetically, important culturally, as well as socially. And so our marine protected areas are quite valuable for species protection around the country. And as you can imagine, particularly around our threatened seabirds, we have things like coelacanths in South African waters on the East Coast, breeding habitats for leatherback and loggerhead sea turtles, but also economically important fish species such as hake and other lionfish species. So those were important considerations around the development and the design and implementation of our marine protection. But the interesting thing is, well, are we achieving it? And while a lot of research has helped in terms of siting and designing in the placement of these protected areas, we also need to understand, does it provide the protection that it was set out and gazetted to do? But at the same time, how do we measure that? And there have been various successes even around the world, and in some cases, even in South Africa. But unlike terrestrial protected areas where species are managed, in the marine environment, we don't really manage the species. We don't really manage the animals or the seaweed. We manage people. We need to manage the human behavior and the human impact within that protected area, but also what happens adjacent and around that protected area. And so that is really the challenge around how one manages a marine protected area. So we've got the problems around connectivity, where you cite that marine protected area might be a disconnected, or also what happens on the boundaries of that protected area will impact the marine protected area itself. So there's a fragmentation, there might be lack of connectivity, especially around your very small MPAs, and that might impact how species migrate or how ecosystems are impacted. Then, of course, MPAs need a lot of resources. They need staff, they need boats, they need proper trained marine rangers, and of course, they need to be able to enforce illegal activities such as poaching. So that has a fair set of challenge, especially around under-resourced MPAs. And then, of course, given our historical context of how MPAs or protected areas were declared in South Africa, there's still a lot of distrust around your neighboring community stakeholders, because MPAs are seen as places that exclude people, and often that is the case, or people, they need to get permits and so forth. So there is that issue around stakeholder conflict and not enough buy-in from local communities. And then, of course, we need the science, we need the scientific and knowledge that help inform decisions, that help inform various other management actions. And that is of course ongoing. So just to talk about that. So that's important around how MPAs are effective. Are they meeting their objectives? And given that the fact that they're static and they're in one place, whereas the marine realm, there's a huge degree of connectivity. We're dealing with things like climate change and shifting of species as a result, or the various shifts that are being observed as a result. So to be able to understand, is our marine protected areas effective? Are they meeting their goals with protecting the species that we would like them to protect? So research and monitoring then becomes critical. And one example is from the Addo MPA, a recent study that was completed by a group at SIAB that looked at the movement of two important teleos, bony fish, and two species of sharks. And over a decade of tracking and monitoring them using acoustic receivers, they were able to determine the various life stages and how the bay and the MPA was being used by these species. And it was encouraging to know that definitely there was a high degree of residency. There was some overlap between these species, but the MPA was definitely fulfilling a role. And as long as that's the thing, as long as they remain within the MPA and within the confines of the bay, they were quite protected. But the moment they move out, then of course that's where species are more vulnerable to fishing and so forth. So studies like this are also quite important, and this is particularly relevant for the more mobile and pelagic species that are mobile. So MPAs can still provide protection for predatory mobile species. Another example is that of seabirds and particularly the African penguin. And many of you might have come across this. It's been highly covered in the press. This is South Africa's endemic species that we share with Namibia. It is now endangered, and we have had a substantial decline over the decades, 68% since 2010, and it's been listed as endangered, and and currently underway to perhaps be uplisted to critically endangered. We have currently seven breeding colonies that support breeding populations around the coast, on the west coast, the south coast, and 2 on the east coast in Algoa Bay. And these are now completely protected colonies with a whole host of conservation measures to be able to help recover and work with. We have a biodiversity management plan for penguins, and that's brought together many role players and many key management agencies, NGOs, academia, and seabird scientists and specialists to be able to assist and inform what would be the best way to try to help the African penguin recover. The current threats to penguins at the moment that we're dealing with across the colonies are predation. There's severe environmental conditions that impact breeding habitat and successful breeding. There's lack of adequate nest infrastructure. Oil spills is quite an important one and quite a imminent threat. Disturbance, particularly from shipping activities, as well as noise pollution from those activities, particularly in Algoa Bay. Disease is quite a problem as well, with the outbreak of the avian bird flu. And of course, food scarcity, and that's particularly the overfishing of their forage fish, sardines and anchovy. Now, while some of these can be dealt with within the colony, within the MPA that the penguins are supported in, many of these things occur on the outskirts. They occur on the boundaries, and they occur outside the realm of protection. And that's where challenges to species protection come in, and where MPAs might not be able to, fulfill all the objectives around species protection. We do need the collaboration with other institutions and with neighboring activities and those that enforce those. So after several years probably of dialogue and discussion, particularly around the importance of preserving the foraging areas, the areas that penguins need to feed, because they have site fidelity. They do not roam very far away from their colonies, particularly when they have breeding chicks, and therefore it's quite important for them to be able to access or have areas that are protected, where their forage fish are protected. And after several, like I say, years of dialogue, we finally have agreement from our national minister that these forage areas will be protected now for a much longer time. And this goes beyond just the marine protected area boundary. This is now an extension of that. So that is another approach, and the importance of that type of dialogue and collaboration, but also the understanding of the movement patterns of these species. So in order to improve MPA management, the stakeholder engagement is absolutely critical. Once again, to be able to engage with your neighbors around what happens on your boundary. Adaptive management, the need for improved capacity and training, particularly of your enforcement staff. Sustainable financing, especially around MPA management, and of course, education and outreach is always critical and important. And with that, I would like to say thanks to everybody, especially around the key players for penguin conservation. Thanks.
Thanks so much for that, Clovely. Quite an in-depth exploring of the seascapes. Thanks, Stack. To conclude the session, I'd like to welcome Brent Coverdale from Izimvelo KZN Wildlife Provincial Conservation Agency to share some of the successful collaborations between government and the NGOs responsible in species recovery. Over to you. Brent, just to say you're still on mute.
Okay, sorry, I'll start that again. Yeah, thanks very much. It is indeed a privilege. I'm just not sure if you put the government employee last on the agenda just to make sure that they actually stayed right till the end and stuff. But I'm kind of here today just to discuss about some of the successful collaborations that between government agencies and species impact partners and stuff. We've learned a lot today about how dire the situation is and what do we need to be doing to actually improve the situation and stuff. And so if we kind of start with, we all got to acknowledge that it is basically situation critical. We know that our species are in dire straits. You can just do a quick Google search to see that it's not just a South African issue, it's a global issue, and we've seen that most of the species are declining. We know that there's economic challenges, NGOs and government competing for funds to enable their mandates, but we're also competing not only in the conservation sphere, but with other spheres that are dependent on donor funding to achieve their activities. Not only that, the money that ones are receiving funders are becoming more and more demanding. So 20, 30 years ago, you got a lump sum of money and you could initiate a conservation plan, whereas now you've got to report more and you've got to meet certain goals and targets and stuff. And so that often influences how money is spent. And combined with all of these things is a decreasing capacity in government. So we know that governments, not only in South Africa, but across the world, are becoming more and more less resourced. And so that obviously places more and more burden on our kind of NGO partners to facilitate us reaching our conservation targets. So I think it's important for everybody just to understand what exactly is government's responsibility in the conservation spectrum. And if we kind of look at the graphic on the screen, there's basically a pendulum right from left to right, where you've got on the one extreme, you've got the extremists, the pressure groups who have very clear and set agendas. And then on the extreme opposite side, you've got this purely self-interested people that believe nature is their playground and they can for them to use and abuse. And it's governments and conservation authorities' responsibility to kind of find that middle ground, to work with responsible industry, to work with organizations that have the best interest of biodiversity and the public interest at heart. And that's often based on societal norms and standards that are based on facts and good science. And it's our responsibility as government to find that middle ground. Yes, we have to listen to everyone, but at the same time, we also do need to kind of ensure that we find what's kind of good for everybody in society at large and stuff. And how do we go about doing that? And that's obviously as collaborations. And so if you kind of wanted to quickly look at opportunities and risks of what collaborations bring, from a benefit, it allows you to combine complementary skills, and so you can achieve a whole lot more. So from government side, you can tap into resources that might not necessarily be available to you. It also ensures that you don't duplicate effort, so you can get the proverbial more bang for your buck. It also allows you to access local knowledge and experience, so you can bring in people from the communities, bringing in their experience on how you can actually achieve your conservation targets. It also allows these partnerships and collaborations to build capacity. So as much as government is under-resourced, we can often build our capacity through our partnerships and collaborations. It also allows for local acceptance and legitimacy, because often the government specifically is viewed often in a very negative light. And so when you're partnering with our species champions, it does give some legitimacy to the programs that we're initiating. And it also allows you to increase area of scope. And so especially if you're looking at your provincial conservation agencies, they are limited to their provincial boundaries, where you start to, or government for that example, and I'll touch on some of these examples later, but when you're partnering with species champions, NGOs, you can expand that scope of the work that's actually being done. But there are inherent risks built in this, and one, it can lead to strain on existing resources when you broaden the horizon and scope of your project. Often people put commitments forward and then don't deliver on them. There are sometimes differing priorities within organizations. One of the big things is a lot of the partnerships and collaborations are driven by individuals. And so when there's changes in personnel, a lot of these partnerships start to stumble. We obviously all know that we're fighting for the same funding pot. And sometimes accountability is not always shared equally amongst all the partners. And so often when tough decisions need to be made, a partner can be left out high and dry. But how does this actually play out in the real world? And so what do we need for these things to succeed? And the first thing you need is a common goal that is defined and achievable. And that's really where biodiversity management plans or species recovery plans really come into their own, in that you at least know that you're all working towards a common goal and not necessarily that of an individual organization, individual themselves, or funder. And so we've definitely seen where biodiversity management plans or species recovery plans have kind of helped gel our collaborative partnerships together to make sure that we're all singing from the same hymn sheet. You do have to have effective communication so that you're communicating the same desires and goals to members of the public. And this is where something like a working group or task force is very efficient. So it helps to ensure that everybody is sending out the same message. What is important is there needs to be acceptance from each organization and not driven by individual people. And this is often where an MOU or an MOA comes in very handy, because it helps hold both entities accountable and not a gentleman's handshake on the back of a bucky in order for you to do your work. What is important is you're defining the role of each organization. And so some of the early BMPs to put individuals' names into the document, and when they left or retired or resigned, a lot of those actions then fell flat. And so that's where it's so important to define what the organization is going to be bringing to the party and not necessarily the individual. I think it's important that you identify what the threats are that you're trying to address, and then associating the partners to alleviate that. And that's where you form broad partnerships with a variety of stakeholders. So they're ensuring that you're kind of addressing all those conservation threats, because we're not all geared up to address each and every threat, and some special skills are needed in certain instances, and that's where you identify those partnerships. What you do need is contingency mechanisms. So, because we do know we don't live in a vacuum, we live in a fluid world where things change, organizations' mandates change, money decreases, and so you do need contingency mechanisms in place to ensure that the actions identified in whether it's an MOU or a BMP or species strategy, that can continue. And how do you address that? Do you bring on new partners? Do you go out and source additional funding to ensure that the continuity of the programs? It's important to be transparent, because that creates an environment where people feel they can speak their mind, and you also have trust in one another. And if the decisions being made aren't transparent and are underhanded, that can often lead to these things falling apart. We've got to acknowledge that it's people need to be equally heard and have an opportunity to voice their concerns, especially when tough decisions need to be made. We often see in some of our discussions when people start talking about lethal control of individuals or options that might not be favorable to one or more organizations, but there needs to be an opportunity for those viewpoints to be heard and not just to be cut short. And then obviously there's not a one size fits all. So you've got to assess the species that you're working with, the people that are involved, the organizations involved, and tailor make your partnership and collaboration to address that. So what might work for vultures is not necessarily going to work for wattle crane or wild dog, for example. And so there's not a one size fits all. And then I think it's also important that as much as you want to be all inclusive, you've also just got to include those activities that you're going to be working on, and not meaning that this is going to guide every action that a particular organization does. So highlight those activities that you feel are important to get a certain job done, and that still allow the organizations to be able to do their own work. So where has this worked? And I'm just going to use two examples. So obviously one that has proven to be very successful in terms of collaborative partnerships is the Bearded Vulture Task Force. And I think why it's worked so well is it started off with a conservation strategy, which morphed into a biodiversity management plan. And that actually is not just limited to South Africa. It's basically been working between the two countries in the Southern Africa, between Lesotho and South Africa, and the various provinces. And that's where that work between NGOs and governments allowed that scope to grow a lot more. It's allowed the likes of KZN Wildlife to expand its footprint into Lesotho, to assist with monitoring, to assist with community engagement, and vice versa. And so I think it's one of the few programs where it's over 25 years old. And yeah, are we seeing a growth in the population? Not yet, but we're not seeing the declines that we were. But it has been very successful, and I think it's a blueprint for a lot of the partnerships that have been in place. And there you can see I've just put the logo. So there's a wide array of people that involve, from NGOs to government and into industry as well. So bringing on a whole range of stakeholders to develop an action art, a conservation action plan. And the second one is the Wattle Crane Recovery Program. And I actually threw this in during the course of the day when Kish mentioned it earlier in his discussion, because I think we've been very fortunate. It's one of the few species that we can see where there's been a positive outcome for all the work that's been done. And this is a collaborative partnership between government, NGOs, ex situ facilities. And so we can start to see that the number of breeding pairs the trend has reversed from a steep decline to kind of an increase, as well as the population growing. And I think it's not through lack of hard work and effort, but it's definitely been as a result of a range of stakeholders getting involved, not only in kind of conservation sector, but also landowners, communities. And so it is something that we can actually celebrate, but we can't yet take our foot off the accelerator, because as things change, new threats come into, and there's always the risk that one would say, have we reached that point? And so from a wattle crane perspective, we haven't got to the goal of 100 breeding pairs in KZN yet. So no, we can't take our foot off the accelerator just yet. But do these things always work, or can they go wrong? And absolutely. And I think some of the things that one needs to look out is the focusing on the self-promotion. And what you do need is there's no space for NGOs, not NGOs, for ego, sorry. You've got to acknowledge that we are in it for the species. We're not trying to be that human that saves the species, because we're not going to do it on our own. You can't claim kudos for work done by other people, and you need to duly acknowledge, especially in the collaborative partnerships, that everybody is contributing, and some people might do a little bit more, and you need to acknowledge that. We can't do conservation by social media. That actually means you've got to do work on the ground. You've actually got to get involved. It's not just about sharing posts and liking other posts. You've actually got to get your hands dirty. I think one of the things where a lot of these things often fail is that not understanding that government does move slowly, and we need to acknowledge that right from the word get-go. But it moves slowly for good reasons, and as often that is seen as a challenge, it's there to also prevent inappropriate decisions being made, or people getting away with things that they shouldn't necessarily. Often there's a change of focus, and I've highlighted that already in terms of funding constraints, different people coming into the program with different agendas, and often leaving partners high and dry. So with a change of focus, people pull out of certain partnerships, and that often leaves others standing, well, what do we do now? And that's where the contingency plans are so important. We can all relate to the changes in government fiscus suddenly, and those things often happen overnight, and suddenly programs come to an abrupt halt or are put on hold. And so we have to deal with those things. And then, as I said, funders are often driving the conservation action, and often on very small funding timeframes. And I think it was Judy's program kind of 20, 25 years later, starting to see the results, but our funders don't provide the funding for that amount of time frame. So I'm coming to the end of my where to from here. So one, I think the big thing is we need to drive species action plans and BMPs for these threatened species, because that is what allows collaboration, that allows mechanisms to be set up to drive the implementation of a BMP or species action plan that can monitor and hold people accountable. We need to acknowledge that we're not in this alone. It's not an individual organization or government. We're all in this together to save these species. We need to support funding initiatives that improve species action, whether it's just a letter to support someone else's funding application or actively writing proposals or scouring the web to find them. We all have to do that, whether we're government or NGO or business. It's all of our responsibilities. And then knowing that we're in this for the long run for a lot of these species. It's way beyond any person's individual input. It often goes beyond a person's career's lifespan. And so we need to know that we're in this for the long run. And just to end off, that we can do this together. And this is just trying to declare a stewardship site in Northern Zululand. And you can see all the partners that are involved in that. And so it can be done. There is a basis and mechanism for that. And I'll leave it at that, but thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Brent. Indeed, quite a good summary of all that have been spoken during the course of the day. Thanks, Amol. Thank you once again to all of our speakers in the session. I'd like to now open up the discussion session. I did notice questions posed to both Albert and Gareth with regards to the freshwater fish and leopards has already been answered online. And then there were a few questions for Jean, who's unfortunately dropped off the call. So we will pose those to her at another time. There has been a question from Peter Mills, who posed a question to any of our presenters of the session. Presenters mentioned climate change as a threat. What data is used to back up the statement? I'm not sure who of our speakers would like to respond to this question.
Hi, Savannah, it's Cloverly here. I can answer from the work that's being done in penguin colonies. There's a lot of temperature data and other weather data that's been collected over the years, over decades, really. And we can definitely see increases in temperature or average temperatures from that data. So that's one possibility for climate change. Yeah.
Thanks, Cloverly. Anybody else wants to add their input? Okay, another question by Peter, directed to Brent. The research has shown that social media and X specifically can be counterproductive conservation action. Actually, there was just a comment from Peter. Any response to that, Brent?
Yeah, I would agree. I didn't know there was research. So if Peter can share that would be great. We can definitely include that. I think often the spread of misinformation or inaccuracies, often we then, apart from that alone, you often then spend more of your time responding to the inaccuracies and the misinformation than actually getting on with the actual conservation work.
100%. All right, I don't see anything else on the chat or on the Q&A section. It has been a long day, so before I hand over to Domitilla Raimondo for the closing remarks for today's satellite event, I'd like to take this opportunity to congratulate Domitilla on championing this event, together with our outstanding partners and all of our speakers, that we really showcase the variety of our species recovery work happening across our mega diverse country. Thank you all. Over to you, Tilla.
Thank you, Savannah. And I will keep it short because we have had a very full day. I do want to thank each of the speakers we've had an incredible range of talks today. We started off with a focus on the role of communities, hearing voices from the communities. And then we had like amazing examples of what's being done by the NGOs and for species conservation, and really inspiring and giving us some hope. Think about Judy's presentation. Really, we've got to understand it is for the long term. And then I feel like we had some excellent examples of planning and for example, what Lucy showed us and how Ishmael showed us how we prioritize the plants. And then we had these great examples of actual species recovery work happening this afternoon across charismatic species, across aquatic species. And I think that Brent's talk right at the end was very appropriate to just show us that partnerships are really key, and that the interaction between state and non-state actors remains absolutely essential. So Brent, sorry we left you to last, but we really wanted to end on that note of how important partnerships are. So yeah, we really do appreciate it. You're not free yet. Please, can I ask you to remember, for those of you who are doing species conservation work, and many of you spoke today, to make sure you do post that on the pledge that I've included in the chat. And we really want to show that South Africa is doing a lot to recover species and to reverse the red. You saw in my presentation, we've got a lot more work to do. So as soon as we can get resources for some of those species that don't yet have recovery actions happening or recovery plans in place, then we can add them in future. But for the ones that are already underway, and you saw in my presentation, there are quite a few, and you heard from the different speakers that there are quite a few, please make sure that these are included. And we particularly want a cross-section of the different realms. So marine, Judy, Cloverly, I don't know if you could add, if you do know of any other recovery work happening on marine fish, for example, that would be fantastic. We need to have some freshwater fish there, please. And we need the plants, and we need, of course, the lovely charismatic species like the rhinos and the leopards also. So please remember to do that. And then don't forget to actually attend tomorrow. I'm going to leave in case you haven't registered. It starts at midnight tonight. It starts only in a few hours. So those of you who are late nighters, you can watch what's going on in New Zealand, Indonesia, India, and then the time zone will come across to us and go all the way late and tomorrow into the Americas. I'll be speaking, but there's also quite a lot of talks from Africa. So please check what's on the agenda, and I'm posting it again there. Thank you so much. I think you just, yeah, we've got the, our host has put in the pledge again, and I'm going to just post the website there again for you all to join for tomorrow. I'd like to thank the department for opening this for us, for being an incredibly supportive Ministry of Environment for us, and for all of you for doing this incredible work. Have a lovely evening. And I just want to finish off saying that this was not just a show and tell. This was an incredibly important preparations for us to write a national target for the Global Biodiversity Framework. We now know exactly who's doing what. And as we develop our new NBSAP, we'll be bringing in a reasonable and an achievable target for species recovery, but still a bit ambitious. So the work that's come together for today is going to feed into that. And let's aim high. There is going to be announced at tomorrow's World Species Congress an NBSAP prize for species conservation. Maybe South Africa can get it. So thanks very much to all of you, and let's keep working together. Goodbye.